This is the route. It is very technical, as we've heard, and it is a very hot and humid day here.
It certainly is. Riders moving away on this 41-kilometre, 26-mile stage from Arc-en-Ciron, and it is a tricky route. It's undulating for most of the way. We've got 2 time checks out on the course after about 10 miles and about 20 miles into the race, and that will give us the first indications of what the time gaps are going to be as we go into the clock city of France in Besançon. And you can see those undulations, those ripples. They actually are a little bit more deceptive than they think, and all the riders are saying they're very, very difficult. On to the best time at the second time check after 20 miles, 40.49, and currently holds the fastest time on the finishing line in a time of 53 minutes and 40 seconds.
So he's gone through there marginally quicker than Britain's David Miller, who's finished at the moment. As we get under 25 kilometres to go here. It's been a full day of festivities for the crowd, enjoying very, very nice weather. Probably the best of the tour so far on the course since about 8 o'clock this morning. Joining now, Edvald Boasson Hagen, no longer in the white jersey as road race champion of Norway. He pulls on his team strip today because he's not the champion of the time trial.
No, but it could be an important individual time trial for Team Sky because they actually lost their lead in the team classification yesterday, and that, of course, is taken on the best 3 performances of the team per day. And they lost that yesterday to Radio Shack Nissan.
So let's have a look at the top 5. We've still got all of the big names to go, although Tony Martin is the world champion, has that broken wrist. 53.40 though he's managed with a flat tyre. Voigt at 28 seconds and Louis Vestre there in 3rd place. Further down, Jeremy Roy, who rode so well yesterday, he's in 4th. And Luis Leon Sanchez also with an injured wrist, sitting there with the 7th best time. He was the 2nd best time when he finished. He's now down to 7th. Miller's just dropped down to 9th place now. That's at the finishing house, of course, as we go down some rather picturesque and narrow streets here in the department of the Doubs. The Doubs is the river here.
Well, we talked about the technicality of this course here this afternoon. This gives you an idea to show you just exactly how technical and difficult this course is, which is why a lot of people are saying this is actually more suited to the bicycle handling abilities of Cadel Evans. But one thing people tend to forget, for this is also a course very much suited to a certain Fabien Cancellara, because he loves technical courses like this. A completely different kind of race route to the boulevards we had in Liège about a week ago.
And as the crow flies, he's only about just over 100 miles from his home in Switzerland, so he'll want to ride well today for sure. For the Team Sky boys, they're not going to push it too hard, I don't think, apart from the obvious riders at the top end of the list, Chris Froome, Bradley Wiggins, because they know their job now for the next 2 weeks is to try and guide Bradley Wiggins through to the win in Paris. So it'll be a little bit of a relaxed ride. You can't completely be off the pace because there is an elimination time. If you're slower than 25% of the best time of the day, you are out of the Tour de France. But here we have Alexander Vinokourov, almost certainly in his last Tour de France here, number 189, as he's going out on course. It's not a bad ride by any manner of means, but it's not going to be a podium finish when he gets round there. 4 career Tour de France stage wins for the Kazakh.
Yeah, the first time he won was that dramatic day into Gap when Lance Armstrong cut across the field behind him, and poor old Yoshiba Beloki pretty much ended his career with that nasty crash on the descent. But it was Vinokourov who went on to get the stage victory. 2 years after that, he in fact got 2 stage victories in Briançon and in Paris.
OK, we'll take another break so we can pack more of the racing for you a little later on. Stage 9 standings at the moment. Martin, the world champion, in his rightful place, followed by Voigt and Westra. Sagan, I hope the cameraman gets out of the way as he now spins the camera up above the man in green, who has risen to the occasion this year in the Tour de France. He wears a solid green jersey lead here as he runs away. He can ride a good time trial. He may not try that hard today. The opening week was very special for him, Paul, wasn't it? He had got 3 big wins.
Certainly was. Came out the first stage on the open road, and we were going up into the town of Serein, which is in the outskirts of Liège. He saw the gap open for him. He was led to the line by Fabien Cancellara, but when he felt the victory was his chance, he came out and popped up with win number 1. Then all of a sudden, a couple of days later, a very rip-roaring climb up into Saint-Quentin, up at Boulogne-sur-Mer. He charged away from anybody in a very difficult finish and put us to gave us the victory salute of Forrest Gump.
Yes, and then he was warming to the crowd. That was a difficult finish up the hill there. The riders falling off behind him as he rode to victory. Moving on to Metz and stage number 6, he took on the real big sprinters, like on the right, Andre Greipel, and he hit the line again, and he had another little dance for us. Now he's playing the Hulk. So back out to Peter Sagan. He's now underway in the time trial. He's still riding pretty high up in the overall classification. This is the arrival now of Maxime Bouet.
He actually put in a pretty good time at the first time check. He was 7th when he went through there. He's actually faded a little bit down towards the end. This is a very long individual time trial for most of these riders at 41.5 kilometers or 26 miles. But Bouet stops the clock with the 10th best time, losing a...
Happy days just on a week ago when he won the opening time trial of the Tour de France. He led it for a week. Now Fabian Cancellara, Paul, is in the start house. He's not challenging for yellow now, but he hates to lose a time trial.
Well, Phil, over the years, he has become an expert at the individual time trial. He won the opening day prologue time trial. That was over a shorter distance. He's been 4 times champion of the world in this discipline. He's the defending champion from the Olympic Games in Beijing.
Quickly settles in now. He is also, or will be, the defending champion in London, just over 2 weeks away from that time trial. 2.5 weeks rather. He now settles in. He knows what's got to be done. He will have noticed what Tony Martin, the world champion, has done. And the result is Martin leads at all the checks and at the finish. Martin's time is 53 minutes and 40 seconds, which is a tremendous ride considering he had a flat tyre and he rides with a broken wrist.
Well, after about 22 minutes or so of Fabian Cancellara's ride, we'll get an indication as to whether or not he is rivaling the men at the top end of the overall standings. Alexander Vinokourov coming up into the finishing line.
Well, it's not a bad ride by Alexander Vinokourov. It's a little way up to the finish yet. He should make top 15. This has been a big effort by Alexander Vinokourov, and he's seen the clock and he's sprinting the gap close. He's shooting at the time of Philippe Gilbert, who has done 55.11, and he just gets inside that, but he still concedes 1.5 minutes to the world champion Tony Martin.
That's why a lot of these riders, Phil, are very concerned about the length of the individual time trial here. It's a lot longer than we're used to at the Tour de France, and the final time trial is even further than that at 51 kilometers or 30 miles. You get big time gaps in a long time trial like this. This is the silver medalist in the mountain bike from the Beijing Olympics coming up to the line, Jean-Christophe Perrault. Not a bad ride by him. He was hoping to get himself in the top 10 in the overall standings at the end of the Tour de France, but he's had a very bad first week with him being involved in a number of the crashes. You can see the bandages on his elbow there.
You guessed it. Thanks, Liam. I'm always looking forward to Bob telling me about cycling. He knows a lot more than I do, I can tell you. Anyway, on the slopes here, just look at the atmosphere. This is Fabian Cancellara, and the crowd are doing everything except riding the bike for him. Listen to this. Wonderful atmosphere on the climb as Fabian Cancellara is heading up to Abon-Dessous, which is the checkpoint at 16.5 kilometers in. And at the moment, the best time there is the world champion Tony Martin. Just moments ago, we had a surprise second best time from the Frenchman. Sandy Cassar went through 7 seconds off the world champion's time.
Well, this is the worst part of the course for Fabian Cancellara. He's not really one of the greatest climbers in the world, but his cadence here is reflecting that he is putting in a sterling ride. He will have looked at this race route before the start of the Tour de France. He went out this morning, as did most of the riders, went out on a reconnaissance, usually on the bike. It's a long day, the day of the individual time trial, because it's not the 41 kilometers that we see the riders perform. They go out and warm up for 40 or 50 kilometers, then 45 minutes before they get into the starting house.
Well, Cancellara is about a minute away from that top now of the climb, maybe slightly more than that, if he's on the schedule of beating Tony Martin. Chris Borders, but we're most certainly in France, and the crowds for this big time trial are out in their thousands. Well, he got to the first check as we watched Fabian Cancellara with the best time. Tony Martin pushed back 39 seconds. Sandy Cassar 46 seconds. Everybody goes down one place because the King just passed through. He is about 16 minutes from arriving at the second check out on course. Out on course to pick up Sylvain Chavanel.
Chavanel, like the man a little bit further up the road ahead of him, Fabian Cancellara, using all of the road, using all of the risks to get around these corners, because he too realises, Phil, that this time trial today could be won by seconds or lost by seconds.
A study in speed now as we rejoin Fabian Cancellara on course. Just watch the way he takes these corners. He tips the bike over using his body weight and leans into those corners, pushing his bike out right to the full width of the road. This man is shaving seconds off just by his riding technique.
And he's using the times of Tony Martin as his reference here this afternoon, and that's why he's looking at trying to stop the clock faster than 40.49 when he goes to 31 kilometres covered.
Cancellara racing to the second check. Now we're looking at Sylvain Chavanel here. He's racing to the first check. I don't think he'll be as quick as Cancellara, but we don't know till we see the clock come on. But he shouldn't be too far away.
Let's not forget he was third in the opening day prologue time trial, a different kind of time trial to this one, a very short one. Not too much of a wind this afternoon to ruffle up the riders, Phil. The more of a breeze, I would say, which will give him a slight advantage of pushing a little bit more air into their lungs.
So Chavanel now is on the tough part of the course here. Just when you think he's starting to race very quick, you start to... Now, just swinging back here, that's Cancellara down there.
He's actually about to catch Bauke Mollema, the Rabobank rider, who started 3 minutes ahead of him.
I can't believe that. To bridge a gap of 3 minutes, that's why we've had a 3-minute time gap today, so this wouldn't happen. And Cancellara has scorched across the gap.
He's caught his 3-minute man, Phil, in 20 kilometres covered here this afternoon. That's why he is the best man in the world at this. That's a great psychological advantage for Cancellara when he's... Let's have a look at this. In fact, I don't think Bauke Mollema can really believe that he's been caught so quickly by that man from Switzerland.
Well, Bauke Mollema was fourth in the Tour of Spain and he wore the race lead there, and he is not a poor time trialist either. Now, rules are simple here. If he starts riding in the slipstream of Cancellara, he'll be disqualified from the Tour de France. He must not ride directly behind the rider who catches him.
Well, they'll take a while before they actually disqualify him, but the first thing they will do, they will give him a very severe warning. He will then get a penalty, which will be based on money and in time. But if he sits on that back wheel for too much longer, the race referee will come up alongside, and I'm sure the race referee is in the car following fabulous Fabian Cancellara, because I wouldn't mind following either.
Well, they have a sliding scale of penalties. They'll assess how long he follows the rider, and then they assess the average speed. They'll work out the time that he will have gained by riding in the slipstream, and then they'll add on to that as well. But at the moment, he's actually okay because he's allowing the gap to open now.
I think he can't keep the gap there anyway.
That's also a very good point. A tremendous time by Fabian Cancellara, but is it the best time? Well, we still have 18 riders to leave the start house, and there are one or two amongst those riders who could reach 52 minutes and 21 seconds if they're having as great a day when they ride as clearly Cancellara's had now. So, meanwhile, back at the start town of Arc-en-Senans, it's not where we are, by the way. We're commentating at the finishing line in Besançon. Chris Horner is now getting ready for his start time. And he had a great ride yesterday, Chris Horner. Why not continue it today with join Vincenzo Nibali now, third overall in the Tour de France, as he's set to go. The crowd know their sport, Paul. These are the last three riders to start now. We start with third overall in the Tour de France, Vincenzo Nibali. Bradley Wiggins has just ridden off towards the start house. Cadel Evans is getting into it, as we now see Jurgen van den Broek out on course. The time of TJ Van Garderen still reverberating around the finish here. He is heading Cancellara at the second check by just a couple of seconds.
He was 3 seconds up at the first time check, 2 seconds up at the second time check, but he's got youthful enthusiasm on his side.
The lone figure now of 1:11, the leader of the team for Lotto, which is Jürgen van den Broek. This is turning out to be a terrific time trial, and we've still got Cadel Evans and Bradley Wiggins to take to the road.
Yeah, it will take
Van Garderen, best time at that first check, best time at the second check. It's amazing if he can beat the time of Fabian Cancellara, the young American from Boulder, Colorado, is heading towards the finish with a couple of seconds in the bank. We'll see when he comes home as he continues on course. He doesn't look like a man who's slowed down at all to me.
No, he's ridden very well in the time trials. He's learning. He's come to this team now to learn the trade, to act as an apprentice to Cadel Evans. He wants to know, how do I handle the pressure of a 3-week bike race? I tell you one thing, Cadel Evans will be able to use the time references of TJ Van Garderen out on the course. But the question is, with this young 23-year-old, can Cadel Evans actually match his younger teammate?
Talking of Cadel Evans, we're now at the start house. The serious face of Cadel Evans. It matters so much here. All he will think about is to try and not concede more than a few seconds, if it has to be that way, to the last man to go, Bradley Wiggins. Big moments for Cadel, the defending champion of the Tour de France. He will get a huge cheer as we count down. He sprints into the corridor of noise now. His effort is underway in 3 minutes' time precisely. Bradley Wiggins in yellow will chase him.
Well, he gets his cadence up very high, very quickly. It's all about rolling down that ramp with the engine ready and hot, ready to go. He's warmed up for the last 45 to 50 minutes with his heart rate hovering around 160. He will have been sweating before he got into the starting house, and now he's up to maximum speed after around about 500 meters.
He'll settle down, he'll put those gears into as high as he can comfortably pedal here. Out on course, I wonder if somebody whispered in his ear that his teammate, the American TJ Van Garderen, is heading up the leaderboards at the first two checks. He is very, very impressed by TJ Van Garderen. He said so only yesterday. He expects TJ to be standing tall with him as this tour goes through the mountains.
Well, that's
in the start house, Bradley Wiggins now, the last to go of the 178 rides in the Tour de France, as we go down to the finish to see the arrival of Andreas Klöden here. It's another good ride from the man from Germany. He's got 4th place on the line.
He has done well. He went through the first time check in 6th place. He moved up to 5th at the second time check, and he's stopped the clock now in 4th.
The countdown for Bradley Wiggins now, probably the most important time trial of his life. He sees this as a chance to increase his lead in the Tour de France.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop.
The all-yellow strip now as we look down from the helicopter, reflecting the sun here. At last the sun is with us. It's a beautiful, warm, late afternoon here in the department of the Doubs and the Jura, and that's the River Doubs right there. As now it's 1 against 1, with one man intruding because TJ Van Garderen is about 8 minutes from reaching the finish. Then we'll know if we have a new leader before one of these two could take it away from him.
Well, Cadel Evans are out on course, but Bradley Wiggins, Phil, people say, do you think Bradley Wiggins can handle the pressure of leading the Tour de France? You must never forget that this man has been to the Olympic Games, which is a huge event in itself. He's won 3 Olympic gold medals on the track. He's won 6 Olympic medals in total. He knows what pressure is all about, and he's in now the discipline, which is his own speciality.
Jürgen van den Broek, the top Belgian rider, out to the first point, and he's doing a very, very good time trial. That will keep him in the action here as we go into the mountains. No race tomorrow, just a chance to gaze out at the Alps, because after that, it's a week of climbing. Jürgen van den Broek has gone through here in 12th place. He's keeping up amongst it. Closing in on 51.21. Paul, this guy is going to be very close to producing one terrific surprise. He's under 51.50.
He will cover this final kilometre, Phil, I reckon, at about 1 minute and 5 seconds. So it is going to be so very, very close. And he's got to keep his calm. He's got to get around these corners, because it's in these corners that he could shave a second off here and a second off there.
Well, I can tell you, Cancellara will not understand this. He will not believe this man has even got remotely close, but he could could be a second faster than Cancellara. 52.21 is the time. To be precise, 52.21.4 is what he's shooting at as he lines up for the finish.
500 meters to go. That's 30 seconds to the finish line. He still has not shown any sign of weakness at all. He's still concentrated. Hands to the outside of the handlebars. That gives him a little bit more maneuverability. He will sprint for the line. He's still looking very aerodynamic as he now looks at the line. He knows the time he has to beat.
He's got to come in 52.21.4. He's seen it and he's kicked. Remember, he knew the time of Cancellara before he started. It's going to be desperately close as he sprints for the line. 21. He comes to the line. It is going to be just outside. And TJ Van Garderen has conceded a few seconds on the line. Fabian Cancellara can breathe again. 8 seconds he slowed towards the end. But what a ride by the youngster.
Look at his eyes though, Phil. He's looking out of those sunglasses at the clock across the banner there of the finishing line. He knew at that point that he wasn't going to beat Fabian Cancellara. Cancellara judged himself to be good over the whole of this course, but that is an impressive ride by the American, 23 years of age.
Yeah.
He will be very upset with that, Phil, because we know what he's like when he doesn't win a bike race. But I tell you what, at 23 we'll talk about him in years to come.
Well, talk about Maxime Montfort now, the Belgian rider on Team Radio Shack, going through there. 5th best time for him. Another good performance by the Belgian, and another level of Frank Schleck. And we can't say anything special about this ride, Paul. He's going to be out the top 30.
Well, I can say something special about it, because normally we'd expect Frank Schleck to finish 100, 110th in an individual time trial. So if he's going to finish inside of the top 30 or 40, that's not a bad performance by this man who we know his Achilles heel is the individual time trial.
In which case, it's a brilliant ride by Frank Schleck, because he's just finished 32nd with that ride there. And that's the effort made by the former champion of Luxembourg.
And 3rd place finisher in the Tour de France last year, let's not forget. And he's had a little bit of bad luck in the early part of this race, but he'd like to do better if he could.
Check just about when we get round the pass to the left of our picture, and 56 seconds is the Cadel Evans loss to Christopher Froome. We're still waiting for the arrival of Bradley Wiggins, but it could be a minute off Bradley Wiggins when he gets here. Cadel Evans is fighting now to keep right up amongst the leaders of the Tour de France.
Well, Chris Froome started the day 1 minute and 22 seconds behind Cadel Evans in the overall standings, and if Cadel Evans cannot pick something up in the latter part of this race, he could lose his position in the overall standing to the British rider Christopher Froome.
Incidentally, Nicholas Roach, the Irishman, has gone through the second check in 12th position with a time of 41.08. And so if Roach has gone through now, it is only going to be about 6 minutes before this rider goes through the same check, Chris Froome.
Well, he's going around that corner taking lots of risks, a little bit different from the first time he participated in the World Championships in the individual time trial. Phil, he came out of the starting gate and he rode straight into somebody who was offering directions of which way to go, and crashed after 150 yards. There's no problem with that now. He's a much different rider than he was back in 2006.
Well, I can tell you,
this is the time of Bradley Wiggins. He's challenging his teammate, but it's going to be close.
He has come up here with a tremendous ride, there's no doubt about that. But is he going to be as quick as Chris Froome? Because, you know, I think Wiggins has gone through 4.72 seconds faster than his domestique Chris Froome. But there's no doubt now, Sky have got the top 2 riders at the first check.
Well, we're going now more into the terrain of Bradley Wiggins. He will have been a little bit handicapped by that climb. He doesn't climb well in a time trial like this, but he knows now it's the time to put the gas up and see whether or not he can consolidate. He's not racing against his own teammate. He's racing against Cadel Evans. He knows Cadel Evans is the #1 man in a bike race like this, but Wiggins and Froome have gone head and shoulders above TJ Van Garderen. Van Garderen still holds on to 3rd place at 29 seconds.
Cadel Evans is 1 minute and 2 seconds away now from Wiggins in the time trial alone, and 1 minute and 12 seconds overall. Well, look, Bradley Wiggins driving his way, pioneering the trail here and closing down today's time trial, the Tour de France. He is homing in on his target, which started 3 minutes ahead of him, and now Cadel Evans is riding just 2 minutes ahead of him on the road. We have just seen Tyne attain Tarame finish, and I think his time is not good enough to stop TJ Van Garderen regaining the white jersey. It's going to go back to TJ Van Garderen after his incredible time trial today. So that's one score for Team BMC, but can Cadel Evans make it a happy day? Doesn't look so at the moment. The riding by Bradley Wiggins like a metronome coming down the highway here today. Those legs, and they're not big legs, they're quite thin legs actually, are pumping along at an incredible speed today. Well, let's find out now, because since the finish, Craig Hummer has now found TJ Van Garderen.
TJ, if you're not going to call us the best time trial of your life, I think some people will. What did you and Cadel talk about this morning as to where to take advantages on this course?
Mainly what we talked about is just not taking risks. I told him, like, yeah, I'll go hard, but I'll just try to keep it a regular tempo to not go too over the edge, and just make sure I don't crash. I had to promise Cadel I wouldn't crash. So mainly it was just about being conservative, and then they told me, like, in the splits that I was doing really good splits, so it wasn't until the second half that I really started to ramp it up. So yeah, it's come as a big surprise, but I think this will be probably the top time trial of my life.
During the race, did you gain added motivation knowing that splits may bring you closer to Tarame and the white jersey once again?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's I had kind of a bad day that first uphill finish. It was just a little nervous, and big fight, and I kind of lost it there. But yeah, we just had the guys like rally and say, like, hey, look, it's a long 2 weeks. It's not the main goal anyways, but it was just kind of a nice treat. But in the back of my mind, I was thinking, yeah, I can maybe pull some back.
How well do you think this course is going to suit Cadel?
It's his kind of time trial, technical, ups and downs. I think the flat, straight, just sort of like one rhythm sort of things are where he suffers a bit, but this one's going to be, this one's right up his alley.
Congratulations on a great ride.
Thank you.
Nibali now, and that'll be an interesting one, I think. Nibali went through with only the 11th best time of all the race at the first check.
Well, Menchov went through the second time check with the 9th best time there, keeping himself nice and solid. You see the way Wiggins is rocking and rolling from each corner to the next, laying his leg out, getting his body weight down as low as possible to keep his momentum as high as he can. We're looking at an average speed of this race so far, Phil, of just inside of 29 miles an hour average speed, and it's remarkable over a surface like this. Evans is taking all kinds of risks. He reckons that the best place for him is in the corners. If he can shave seconds on left and right, he can keep himself in contact with Bradley Wiggins.
I just feel as though Cadel is now holding the situation a little bit after initially losing it. Maxime Montfort is heading down towards the finishing line at the moment, and he's going to come in with a very, very good ride for the Belgian here. As he sees the clock, he should sprint home. He's going to move up in the overall standings with this ride. We're getting a more realistic look to the overall standings on the eve of the race's first rest day tomorrow in Mâcon, and he hits the line with the 6th best time and only conceding a minute 18 to Fabian Cancellara. He'd be delighted with that ride. He's the teammate, by the way, of Fabian Cancellara, so the team is riding well. They're defending their lead in the team race with that ride. Cadel Evans out on course, coursing down the side of the Doubs as we watch Cadel Evans set the time. Now the next man hasn't yet arrived at the second check, and that is Vincenzo Nibali. Could be an interesting ride there.
Well,
has conceded 63 seconds to the time of Chris Froome.
but he's gone through that second part of the course, Phil, almost exactly the same speed as Chris Froome, because he was 102 behind Froome at the first check and only 103 behind him at the second check. But I did say that the middle part of the course suited Cadel Evans because it was much more technical.
I just looking at the pictures there, he looks a much better bike rider over this second part of the race today. Out on course now, we're picking up Vincenzo Nibali at the moment, setting the 9th best time, but Wiggins is still to get on the board, so he's probably the 10th best time of the day, conceding a minute and 12 just now to Chris Froome, and a little bit more to this rider, Bradley Wiggins, when he gets there. Froome out on course at the moment. 10 kilometres to go now for Bradley Wiggins as he goes under to an enormous cheer. Wiggins goes through with the best time at 39 minutes and 2 seconds which has put him now, Cadel Evans is 1 minute and 19 seconds behind Wiggins on course.
Well, I was expecting a loss of about 60 seconds for Cadel Evans here, but he seems to have got himself into a rhythm and he's matching these riders. He was 1 minute and 2 seconds behind Wiggins at the first check. He's lost a little bit in the second check because he went through there 1 minute and 19 seconds down.
Well, he's continuing to pull away from his teammate Chris Froome, who holds best time at the finish, as Evans has lost plus 119, Peter Velez plus 123, and Vincenzo Nibali has lost even more. He's lost 1 minute and 28 on course.
Well, that's Cadel Evans in the red and black. He's already conceded 1 minute and 20 seconds to Bradley Wiggins on a day like this, but I think he expected to lose time. He knew that he was up against a specialist in the individual time trial. Don't forget, when you talk about Bradley Wiggins, when he raced on the track, he was a rider capable of riding 4,000 meters in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and that is a serious reference.
Well, when he did that, it was unheard of. The only man who had been faster was Chris Boardman with 4 minutes 11, which was the world record. We've always known that Bradley Wiggins is fast over 4,000 meters, but now we're looking at 41 kilometers today.
Well, I think we're getting the difference between Bradley Wiggins and Cadel Evans, and I have a feeling, with my calculations, that Chris Froome is very, very close to being in second place in the overall standings if Cadel Evans loses a little bit more time.
Be about 10th or 11th when he hits the line here, but Claude, and he's done a tremendous ride, Menchov. Over that last few kilometers, he really did pull out something special.
Well, Cadel Evans needs to rival that sort of time if he wants to hold on to second place in the overall standings tonight.
So Vincenzo Nibali is still to come in. He's the next man, started with Menchov. We are now looking at Bradley Wiggins under 5 kilometers or 3 miles to the finish. He set the effort from Vincenzo Nibali of Italy, and he might just about pip Peter Velez here. He even goes to slip the gears up just one more as he pushes it towards the line. Velez's time is 53.23. It's going to be desperately close. Hits the line and it's gone by, so it's still a little bit further. So Nibali just trying to keep himself in the race here, but his third place overall, I think that's gone anyway to Chris Froome.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, he's ridden solidly 11th, 10th, and then moved himself up to stop the clock there just inside 6th place. So it's good for him. I think he'll be a man to watch out for because he'll be aggressive once we get into the mountains. A 6th place finish.
They're all craning their necks over the barriers now as they shout on the last 2 riders out on course. Last man is Bradley Wiggins. Cadel Evans, he's not racing now for the yellow jersey. He's actually racing to stay second overall in the Tour de France. He's looking at the clock. He's going to get it, Paul. He's going to hold on to second here, but he won't like the gaps to Bradley Wiggins when Wiggins comes home. Cadel Evans, the defending champion of the Tour de France, is still second in the Tour de France. He comes home as the clock goes through 53. Huge effort as his face drips in sweat. 53.05.
We're 53.07. He lost a couple of seconds just over the last moment, but you know, he has fought himself inside out. He's battled with his own body over the last third of this course field to keep himself in contact. He's limited his losses as best as he can against this man, the last man out on the road now, Bradley Wiggins, who has recorded the first best time at kilometre 16, 21.05. The next best time at kilometre 31, 39.02. The question is, what is he going to stop the clock at when he comes up to the finishing line?
Well, if anybody can ride the last kilometre in 1 minute, it is this man, Bradley Wiggins. 450 metres to go. He is going to ride to the line with his face a grimace of pain. It's his 6th Tour de France. He's never won a stage. It's all going to alter now as the crowd bring him on home to what will be the best time. Wiggins comes all the way home. Wiggins comes all the way home now. This is going to be the time of the day. The stage victory will be for him. His first ever in the Tour de France. He's in yellow, Paul. He's going to increase his lead tonight as he wins the stage.
Well, Bradley Wiggins had the advantage of starting last. He had the advantage of having a track pedigree and being the kind of rider who knows how to ride at 60 kilometres an hour. But look at that face as he looks across at the clock. He knows he's got the victory, but he keeps pumping it, Phil, all the way to the line because he knows this race is 3 weeks long and he wants as much time as possible. 35 seconds over his own teammate, a minute and 43 seconds faster than Cadel Evans.
Absolutely amazing time trial. It really was. Here were the clock centre of France, and time has been the talk of the day. And the man with the best time of 51 minutes and 24 seconds is Bradley Wiggins for his first ever stage win. And what a time to get it. He goes bigger and bigger and further into the lead.
Well, I think you see the effort he's put in as he walked away there round to the back of the presentation podium. Cadel Evans now is in second place overall at a minute and 53 seconds, and Froome is up into third place overall at 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
That is incredible now. He did what he said he would do 2 days ago. He'd use the time trial he hoped to increase his lead in the Tour de France, and boy, he really has done that. That is phenomenal. 1:53 ahead of Evans, 2:07 ahead of Nibali now. Chris Froome, rather, his teammate, and 2:23 ahead of Nibali. Confirmation of all of that. Nibali is in fourth, Nibali, and Menchov is fifth, over 3 minutes back. These are big time gaps, but there are 2 weeks left in the Tour de France. Maxime Montfort did a great ride to come in at 7. TJ Van Garderen is on the way back. He's back in the lead in the white jersey for the best young rider in the race.
Well, we're going to see a massive battle. Chris Froome, really a serious revelation. We've seen him ride the World Championships in the individual time trial, but here, this was a special performance by a man who, let's not forget, Phil, can climb with the best of them.
Fabian Cancellara, it seemed to be a foregone conclusion when he finished, but in the end, he slipped away to remain with only the third best time. Approaching now with those 25 leaders, the first climb of the day, and we should catch that live in a few moments' time.
Well, they have a nice start to the day, moving away from Mâcon, but very quickly, after they've got the flatlands out of the way, they've got the first climb. It's only a second category climb, the climb de la Corbière, but really it's all about the middle climb of the day, Phil, because that massive big climb, 18 kilometres of climbing, or 12 miles if you like, and a very dangerous descent down towards the finish. Then one small climb, the Côte de Richemont, before arriving in the finishing town of Bellegarde-sur-Valzerine.
So we're looking at lovely sunny day here in the Jura region of France, and the breakaway with the Australian champion on the front there is Simon Gerrans. This is a big breakaway, Paul, and guess who started it? Peter Sagan.
Peter Sagan in the green jersey. He realises that this is a mountain stage and he wanted to get himself some points in the points classification, and there is a sprint point coming in this race at Bayonne after 130 kilometres covered, up to around about 85 miles. So he went out very hard, and in fact it took about 25 kilometres or about 15 miles before he was joined by a massive group, making this now 25-man leading group with some big names in it too.
There are big names in it, very experienced names, and as I said, 15 teams represented, the 22 teams in the race. They're on the climb now, the first climb of the day, the Côte de Collioure. It's 6.4 kilometres long, just on 4 miles in length. And it is only, well, say only, it's a second category climb, so the first 4 riders will score points. Once we're through the number 2, this is the first climb, we go through the feed there, the knife and fork, then the sprint is down in the valley, and that's why Sagan went. And of course the others interested in that competition, like Matthew Goss, had to chase him. It took them actually 34 kilometres, over 20 miles, before they caught up with Peter Sagan, who was riding with Andrei Grifko. And so we now got this leading group of 25.
Quite interesting, in the leading group, Phil, 3 riders in that dramatic breakaway last year on stage 9 when we saw Johnny Hogeland going over the edge and getting himself ripped to pieces by barbed wire. Thomas Voeckler, Sandy Cassar and Luis Leon Sanchez were in that breakaway on that occasion, and Sanchez getting himself the victory into Saint-Flour.
So let's have a look at the weather. You can see it's a beautiful day. 74 degrees forecast at the height of the day. Light winds at 10 miles an hour. Partially cloudy. It has a habit of clouding over before the riders come into the finishing ride. But so far it is perfect conditions for a bike race in France. This is Edvard Boysenhagen the champion of Norway, but he's on Team Sky and he's doing his work rate for Bradley Wiggins just behind him there.
Yeah, looking down the list of riders in that breakaway, Phil, of the 25, there's only one man is really dangerous to Bradley Wiggins' lead, and that, of course, Michele Scarponi, the winner of the Giro d'Italia. He's 10 minutes and 26 seconds back, so they've got a lot of freedom to allow this breakaway to succeed. And as Team Sky have said to me this morning, I spoke with Sean Yates, in fact, on the telephone. He said, we're not worried about a breakaway. We're only going to watch Denny Menchov and Cadel Evans. Those are the guys we really believe are the most dangerous.
Well, there's the board, 7 minutes. That's the biggest gap the 25 have had since they went out on the attack. Sat there at the back of the race wearing 17 is Jaroslav Popovic. Jens Voigt, the other man in black in the centre of our screen here as well. He's up there. Now, this is a good move by the man who spent more time in the front than in the peloton so far, Michael Morkov. Over 570 kilometres. He's been in breakaways here. We've got a bit of an attack going on here. Grivko is turning the screw, and chasing after him is also Morkov and also Jens Voigt. And that is for the summit of the climb. I didn't realise they were that far up the climb, actually. Morkov wanted those points. I was about to tell you the tale that he, in this breakaway, Paul, Morkov could retake the lead in the King of the Mountains.
Well, that's what he'd be looking for, but he will have to try and survive to the summit of the Col de Grand Colombier. There he is, riding for Team Saxo Bank. The Col de Grand Colombier is an outside categorised climb. It's one of the most difficult climbs in the Tour de France, and there's 25 points for the first rider to go over that one.
So 90 kilometres done. We've got 104 kilometres to go now, and Morkov has got his first points there on the Corbier. That's 5 points he's got, so he's got 14 points now. 21 is on Kesiakov's total. He's the leader in the King of the Mountains. He's back in the main field, and we still on the next climb, the new climb as far as the Tour de France is concerned, the Col de Colombier. That is 25 points, first man over the top, so we'll see.
To chase them down, Phil. They just want to lock them down if they can. Leave them out there to stew in the hot sun of the afternoon here as we make our way through this rather difficult stage in the Jura Mountains. In fact, the Tour de France doesn't very often come down to the Jura. We've been through the Vosges, and that was just before the individual time trial. Now we're into the Jura, and this climb that they will face up, the big climb, I think everybody is in fear and trepidation of the Col de Grand Colombier, because it is 18 kilometres long. That's it's almost 12 miles of climbing.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting climb, that too, especially for Michael Morkov, who's in the front group at the moment, because they're just going over the top of the climb at the moment, 6:42 on our computer. So it's still a big gap there. It's been up to 7 minutes, but Michael Morkov trying to regain his lead in that polka dot jersey competition today, and if he wins, or even he gets in the first 6 riders over the top, he could be in that jersey tonight. We're looking at 1:55 here. We spent a lot of time looking at him in the first week of the Tour, Paul, because of his damaged wrist. He rode last man for almost a week. He's showing signs of recovery, Luis Leon Sanchez.
He is. He's a class act, this man, and a very good individual time trialist. In fact, he finished high up in the individual time trial the other day, and he was leading for a while when he came through some of the early checkpoints. He did fade a fraction down towards the end, but as far as he's concerned, he's thinking, like many other bike riders in the Tour de France this year, about the Olympic Games in London. He could be one of the outside favourites for a good ride in the individual time trial.
These are the results of the Col de Collier. Morkov got the 5. He wanted those. Grivko also in that competition is Jens Voigt. He got 2 here. Voigtler was 4th. This is the overall standings after that climb. Kesiakov 21. Chris Froome is up there with 20, but not in the breakaway. Cadel Evans 18. But you see, Morkov has come up now with 14. He requires just 7 to go alongside Kesiakov. And there's 25 points on offer for the man who tops this new climb in the Tour de France, the Colombier. So it'll be an interesting climb, this, I think, because it'll be the first sign to us as to whether Morkov is a good mountain climber, because this is a true mountain.
It is just
today, one of the opportunities remaining in the Tour. Does it make sense to, throw everything out on a day like today?
Not everything. Today's a technical finish. It's technical running, which usually suits Cadel. So, we'll definitely be up there and have put him in a position to, if he feels there's an opportunity to attack, he'll take it. But there's still 2 weeks of racing, so there's lots of opportunities.
As far as alliances go, Nibali said that, maybe an alliance with Cadel on a day like today makes sense from your guys' perspective?
Yeah, as you saw, if you saw the Dauphiné, we had pretty much the same exact course, and 5 of us got away on that descent. It was raining, so it was a bit more technical, but Nibali was there, and his guys were working as well. So if a situation like that happens, for sure we'll take advantage of it.
Yes, well done, George Hincap. He's looking after Cadel Evans, and yes, Cadel will have to attack now at some stage in the mountains. We're back with live action. Riders dodging through the convoy of cars after a problem. Take a look at this. This was a while ago. This is what happened. Their live picture. But let's just go back to when they went through the feed here. Watch the man in red. Reaches out for the bag. Oh, darn it. Well, just watch out now. A fellow German, but not a teammate. He says, here, I've got a bottle. Take mine. I don't need it.
It just goes to make you understand, Phil, that is Mr. Nice Guy of the peloton, Jens Voigt. I've got plenty, and I'll go back to the car later on. I've got plenty of power to dish out also.
And notice he kept all the food though, Paul. There's a tough climb coming up. This is the 25-man breakaway. If you're just joining us, it got away after just a mile today. Peter Sagan attacking with Andrei Grifko. 20 miles later, 23 other riders caught them up, and the breakaway currently is well clear of the peloton.
Well, just at the back there, that's Fofanov in the turquoise jersey, Dmitry Fofanov, and Thomas Volkler is in the green jersey. They just got off for a quick nature break at the back end of the main field. The crowds are fantastic once again.
Well, this, as you said earlier, Paul, it's an area of France the Tour doesn't visit that often, and we're heading over that big mountain in the Jura range of mountains here, which we've never been over before in the Tour de France. The race has been over the Dauphiné earlier this year, so the riders got a chance to experience it. We're heading more or less downhill after the feeding station now. The next big object is the sprint, and guess what? The two big protagonists for the green jersey are in this leading group, so we are at last getting to shoot, Paul, for a maximum 20 points in that competition with the sprinters.
Yeah, the scary thing is what comes up after the sprint point, Phil, because the sprinters will definitely not like the profile once they start to see on the horizon the very difficult climb of the Col de la Grande Colombière.
The world champion Mark Cavendish also on Team Sky, grabs his musette, no worries at all. And the rider behind, Philippe Gilbert, he wants 2 bags, and he's got them as well. The race goes on, the gap is still big. I think once we start the climb of the Col de Colombière, that breakaway up front will start to implode. Peloton coursing along in a long straight line now, which indicates to me, Paul, although the clock is saying they're not catching up, they're certainly not losing any more time. They've decided 7 minutes is as much as they're going to give that breakaway.
Exactly. I think that's because of Michele Scarpone's presence in that breakaway, Phil, because he's only 10 minutes, 27 seconds behind at the start of the day. And if you just notice that big stone quarry back there, it's a very, very famous stone quarry, because a stone from that quarry has been used in such buildings as the Empire State Building in the United States, Statue of Liberty, and even plenty of others, from New York to the Capitol in Washington. And it's famous because it's a marble-like limestone.
Well, we're back with the peloton just at the moment as they continue to be under the escort of the boys from Team Sky, dodging in and out of the crowds here. And again, lovely crowds in this region of France. It's a perfect day for a cycle race today. Nice temperatures and very, very good conditions with very little wind.
You notice a lot of teams have got men into this breakaway, and it's interesting to see BMC Racing have put 2 riders into the breakaway, Steve Cumming and the other rider, Marcus Burkhardt. And I think the reason for that, Phil, is they believe this breakaway will get caught down towards the end, and it'll give some help and assistance to Cadel Evans, because I'm convinced that Cadel Evans and Vincenzo Nibali will have a little go today.
Looking here at the beautiful Chateau d'Angeville here, former resident of the Angeville family, and it was rebuilt in 1640 on the ruins of the old 12th century castle, famous for its pointed towers, I think, Paul.
Yeah, it is, but nowadays it's used for physical medicine and as a rehabilitation centre, where it was changed across to that use in 1970.
And just in its shadow, the Tour de France is passing by at the moment. 6:57, our computer is now saying the gap is. Interesting breakaway for the reason there are 15 teams of the 22 gone up front today. But 2 teams very interesting. We've got 2 teammates of Cadel Evans in the red jerseys from BMC, and one teammate from Sky. Have we got Sky here?
No,
nobody from Sky. So is this a move by BMC?
And why not Radio Shack? Because they got 2 strong riders in this group as well, the Jaroslav Popovic and Jens Voigt. I think it is a move by BMC. BMC will try and improvise on their tactics, because they still believe that Cadel Evans can win the Tour, but he has to attack on every possible opportunity, and today is an opportunity. It's a very difficult climb. I think what they may well try and do in the peloton behind is try and attack Team Sky to get Bradley Wiggins as isolated as possible, and then try and launch an attack on the descent off the top of the Col du Grand Colombier.
Well, we're going up a small little climb shortly called the Col de la Lebe. It's not a climb which counts in the King of the Mountains, but that doesn't mean it's not easy. It is a climb itself, and then once over that we have a very, very fast descent a long way down into the valley, and that's where we'll fight out the points for the green jersey competition today.
But because of the difficulty and the length of this climb, that 7-minute margin, a lot of the riders will lose most of that on the slopes of the climb, especially I would expect the sprinters, the riders like Sagan and Matty.
Our helicopters closing in on the peloton, always under the escort of Sky as they are working through. About fourth man down in this line is Chris Froome at the moment. He's lying third overall in the race, and he did a tremendous time trial. And we're back with the leaders. Hutrovic is the rider on the front here at the moment, being tailed by, it looks like, Simon Gerrans. As moments ago we had a flat tyre in this leading breakaway, and our old favourite Frenchman, it was Thomas Voeckler, who is stopping by the roadside. Even has to get his own back wheel out here, Paul.
Well, that's the best thing to do, actually, if you are experienced, just to take the wheel out, put it at the side of the road. That actually reduces the amount of time that the mechanic has to spend putting the wheel in. On the right-hand side there in the green jersey, Peter Sagan, he's at the front here as we now start to descend away from the plateau of the Col de Collier. And we're going to go downhill now, Phil, for around about 12 miles.
Yeah.
And then once we get into the valley, we'll be going up and lining up for the sprint point.
This is Peter Sagan resting his chest on those wide handlebars there. Found it a bit uncomfortable, not surprised, so he sits up to brake hard for a corner here and puts his body weight right into that corner to get a tight turn around it. Look at the distance he takes out of these other guys. He's a great bike handler.
He's a very, very good bike handler. In the past, he's been a cyclocross champion. He's been a mountain bike champion. But this year, he's certainly become the champion of the Tour de France with 3 stage victories to his credit. And now he's hoping to win the prize for the most consistent rider on individual stages. And that's the points jersey.
Being joined there by Hutrovic, who's a good sprinter. And also there's Simon Gerrans. This is still poor old Tommy Voeckler here, trying to get back on.
In fact, his teammate has dropped back for him, the Japanese rider Arashiro. He's come back to try and help Thomas Voeckler get back into the peloton this afternoon. He shouldn't have too much of a problem on this descent. He's a good descender. It appears that the rest day came just on time for him. He was visited by his wife. His wife's actually following the whole of the Tour de France around here, Phil, this year by camping car with the kids inside.
Well, that'll give him some incentive, I hope. Anyway, Arashira's come back to help him, but can't, so he's sitting behind him there. This is the front group of 25. Just 2 guys off the back at the moment. There is 1 American in the group. It is our old friend Dave Zabiskie from Los Angeles in the front. The British rider Dave Miller and Zabiskie's teammate on Garmin Sharp also in the breakaway. And another British rider rather, is Steve Cummings, comes from near to Liverpool. Gerrans and Goss are here, and Goss is the sprinter who will certainly be taking on Sagan when he comes down to the sprint. But for the moment, life is good. We're going downhill for a long way now before we take part in that green jersey sprint, and after we've done that we go mountaineering. We'll see you in a moment. More stunningly beautiful countryside in this section of France, the Jura Mountains all around, and Thomas Voeckler has freewheeled his way down to the back of this leading break. 25 riders, it might still be 24 actually, because Peter Sagan, and we'll try and show you some pictures of him descending, he's in that group. He's freewheeled away earlier from that group. Nobody seemingly wanted to go with him. Just take a look at this. Peter Sagan freewheeling it just on 45 to 50 miles an hour. And our camera bike in the front couldn't get round the corner as fast as him. You probably saw him brake to go on the inside of our camera, and he continued to descend. He's teasing the peloton in the breakaway rather at the moment, wondering where they all are. Well, this is Hutrovic, the Belarus champion, on the front in the white now. And here's all the names in the lead group who have won stages. In fact, 11 of them have won stages. Sagan, David Miller, Sandy Cassar and Luis Leon Sanchez all have won 3. Jens Voigt in his years has won 2. Thomas Voeckler has won 2. The rest have won 1. Marcus Burkhardt, Jaroslav Popovic, Dave Zabriskie, of course, and Carsten Kroon, and Simon Gerrans also. He won in Prato Novoso as we raced to the rest day in Italy a couple of years ago. So these boys have the experience to take this breakaway to the finish. What we're waiting to see first is the sprint, which is the green jersey coming up. Once we're on the climb, will the sprinters fall away and go back, or will the whole breakaway implode? I've just got a feeling this breakaway might stay away to the end today. Not all of them, but some of them. There's the peloton on the same descent, but a couple of miles back. Beautiful scenery in the Jura Mountains today as we have these 25 riders. They started to develop only 2 kilometers into the stage, just over a mile done. The scenery, the sunshine, Paul, it is an idyllic day for a stage in the Tour de France as we head for the Alps.
Well, it certainly is. It's interesting that the breakaway was started by one of the best sprinters in the race. In fact, Peter Sagan, he realized this was a mountain stage. He was going to have difficulty getting himself over the Col de la Grande Colombière, but he wanted to go out and try and get himself some more points in the King of the Sprints competition, the race for the green jersey. But he was very quickly marked by Matty Goss, who came across in a group of 23 riders to form this 25-man leading group.
We're looking here at the beautiful Albarine waterfall, the Charabot Cascade. It's a tributary of the River Ain, which is the department we race in today.
Yeah, which is all part of the Albarine Gorges, which have been carved out of this limestone deposit here by the rivers that flow through there for many, many thousands of years.
All shaped by time, and talking things being shaped by time at the moment, that breakaway is shaping today's stage of the Tour de France. The gap is creeping over 7 minutes. The peloton just giving away a few more seconds in the last couple of kilometers, so it's now 7 minutes 10.
They have to be very, very wary of the position of Michele Scarponi in that breakaway. He's lost a bit of time in the race, but he's a former winner of the Giro d'Italia. He was awarded that title after the disqualification of Alberto Contador last year. He is the kind of rider, if he puts himself back into an overall lead, he will be very difficult to dislodge.
He most certainly will. The peloton, though, are just happy to freewheel just now. For pictures today in the Tour de France. We're looking at the peloton, a breakaway of 25 riders. They're approximately 2.5 kilometers from the sprint point. Arishiro, the Japanese sprinter on Europcar, is on the right of our picture. Igor Martinez coming through. Jens Voigt is battling shape. He's leading through. Luis Leon Sanchez. But the two riders we are interested in this breakaway, Peter Sagan in the green jersey and Matthew Goss, the Aussie on Orica Green Edge, who is running him all the way to Paris in that competition.
Well, those two riders will leap out of the pack, and Matty Goss is very fortunate. He's got a lead-out man with him because Simon Gerrans will have to set the sprint up for the Australian. At all of the intermediate sprint points so far, look at that, Matty Goss is right on the wheel of Peter Sagan. I was just going to say, at all of the intermediate sprint points we've been through so far in this race, Matty Goss has been the fastest, faster than Peter Sagan. However, Peter Sagan's been a lot better at the finishes.
The Tourminator, as we call this, will be 2 kilometers to go here, and the Tourminator is written on the top tube of Peter Sagan after the waves. In fact, it is 1 kilometer to go, so I didn't see the 2 kilometer flash by. 1,000 meters to the sprint. They're going to have to come out from the center of the pack this time.
Well, there's 20 points available for the first rider to cross the line, 17 points for second place and 15 points for third, right down to just a single point for the 15th rider to cross the line. But Matty Gosville from our Orica Green Edge, he wants to get maximum points ahead, of course, of Peter Sagan.
Yeah, he'll only gain 3 if it's first and over second, and he's still 33 behind in the classification, but that's a start, isn't it? So you're right, Paul. It is Goss's teammate, Simon Gerrans, who's going to warm it up for everybody. He's looking over to just check the location of 500 meters to go. He won't leave it much longer before he starts the acceleration. They're going to make it a long run from the center of the pack here.
Well, Matty Goss is locked to the moving up on the right-hand side. I briefly glimpsed the green jersey moving a little bit closer to the front end. As we come up the outside, you can see there's a bit of pain coming up here. Up into
Sagan goes.
Yeah.
At 200 meters, Sagan goes. Hučević is in the white there. He's gone as well. Goss has gone on the left of the picture, and now he's trying to get on the back wheel. Now, Goss normally has been quicker than Sagan at these early sprints, and if our camera can just pull down a little bit, it's on the line, and it is Goss who gets it.
Well, that was a very impressive move there. I think Peter Sagan knew that he wasn't quite as quick as Matty Goss, so he actually tried to get the jump and surprise him. He did surprise him, but Goss never panicked at all. He waited until the last moment. And if we have a look at this one more time, it was a long attempt by Sagan there on the inside. And just on the line, it looks as if Hučević, the Belarusian rider, just gets him. So that's going to be a good move for Matty Goss. He'd get a 6-point pulling back on Sagan's lead.
Well, that's a big chunk. He's done this throughout these stages when he's been racing for the points. He's been consistently beating Sagan on the middle of the race, but at the other end, it's not been working out quite so much. And got 5 points for that anyway. As the peloton go through, they will regroup now as we move to the next obstacle of the day. Culoz is the town, literally just up the road now, and then they hit the wall. They should see a King of the Mountain sign saying 17.4 kilometers to the top. That is a long way.
Well, I think the sprinters then can take a little bit of a back seat, Phil, and not worry too much about the beautiful views, and especially perched above the mountain here, we've got the Chateau de Montjuraz, 16th century chateau, which was restored in the 19th century.
I think they're still doing it.
Well, they're still doing a lot of work. Yeah, they're actually renovating the tower in the middle. So Matti Goss gets 20 points, Hutarovic 17, and Peter Sagan 15. So Matti Goss pulls back 5 points in his quest to try and win that competition.
That's quite a valuable 5 points as well now. So he's 27 points behind now, and he's that's a great competition at the moment between those two riders, and they're both reading the race very, very well. Once Sagan attacked this morning, Goss chased for 20 miles, but he caught up, and now he's taken the points. Will do his ride home, but Sagan, if he gets over the Col de Colombier, then he could stay through to the finish and get a terrific bag of points. There's the interesting statistic. 17.4 kilometers is the length of the climb. This is the biggest climb we have had so far. It's the biggest climb around this part of the world in the Jura Mountains. So as the riders now climb away from the town of Culoz, which sits on the River Rhône, and there's a little bit of a view of it from the helicopter, the riders are now climbing this 17-kilometer climb. You know, if Peter Sagan doesn't drop off this group at the front, Paul, then he could be going down to the finish with a chance of some surprise bonuses in the green jersey competition.
Well, don't underestimate this climb, Phil. It's a very difficult climb.
You're right. He's gone.
Well, I'm not surprised, Phil. You know, he's not been that great in the mountains. We saw at the Amgen Tour of California. He didn't like Big Bear Mountain. He didn't like Mount Baldy, but he certainly likes winning on the flatter stages. And here, I think he'll just try and survive. This group will get reduced in numbers one by one as we get further up this climb, and especially when we get to the steep portions where you've got gradients of 14%.
Joan Horich of the Katusha team, the Spanish rider, also was unhitched there with Sagan. So as they start the climb of the day, let's have a look who you all fancy on our Road ID Challenge fan predictions. You're saying Cadel Evans for the win today. Well, you're right about one thing. He's going to attack somewhere in these mountains. Bradley Wiggins only 10%. He's defending. Chris Froome, you're getting to know his name now. 5% of you are giving him as a likely winner today. Head over to roadid.com/ride to make your prediction for tomorrow's stage as well in the Alps. You'll be entered to win daily prizes and a 2013 Trek Madone. So as we sit high above the lovely town of Culoz on the banks of the River Rhône, we'll take a break and then we'll be really on the climb with the peloton as well. Peter Sagan dropping back from the lead. And so the first real mountain after 11 days of cycling in the Tour de France has been found now by the peloton, which is currently led there by Edvard Boysenhagen. Cadel Evans is right on the wheel of the yellow jersey. Bradley Wiggins, and also moving up is the Belgian Jurgen van den Broek, who has said he will attack in the mountains. And at the back of the field, they are already cracking big time here, finding their place on the ladder at the back of the field to ride home to the finish. In distance, they only have 57 kilometers to go, which is only around 37 miles. There's Andre Greipel dropping back. Now, this is the test, Paul. All of the stars have got themselves to the front. Look at their cadence. They're all going to try and test each other out now. This is the next big test for Bradley Wiggins, isn't it?
Well, this is what they did in the Criterium du Dauphiné. The same line of riders. It was Richie Porte, Bosenhagen, Mick Rogers, Chris Froome, and they're there.
And off the back, you see the polka dot jersey of Fredrik Kessiakoff. He has lost ground on the move being made very early on. It's still a big peloton.
Well, it is, but it's being reduced in numbers dramatically, and Team Sky have been put on the defensive. They have to ride the tempo, but they won't be afraid of this climb, having ridden it not only in training, but also in the Criterium du Dauphiné. They all know it. Cadel Evans was here, so too was Vincenzo Nibali.
Such is the points on this, the first big mountain climb of this year's Tour de France. It's an outside category climb. The winner at the top will be the next leader, quite likely, of the competition. Kesiakov has only 21 points. The winner at the top of this mountain gets 25.
That's why the race organisation have changed the point attributions in the King of the Mountains competition, which is a race inside the race, if you like, over recent years, because they wanted to slant it to be won by a man who went over the top of the high spots of the Tour de France, rather than being able to accumulate lots of points on the smaller stages.
Now, Michael Morkov is in the front group, and he does have a few points in the competition. So he could, if he can stay up with those leading climbers at the front, be the next leader in the polka dot competition. This is the leading group now as they continue to splinter. Edvard Boasson-Hagen is the first sacrificial lamb who's got to do all the pacemaking for Sky.
Well, this is the first chance we'll get to see if there are any weaknesses in the chain of Team Sky. Richie Porte was reportedly very tired yesterday. In fact, when the rest of the team came out for the press conference on the rest day, Richie Porte decided he'd stay in bed to try and recover a bit more.
There's Wiggins now, and also just behind him is Chris Froome. He always holds his head at that strange angle as if he's really suffering, but clearly he isn't, because we've seen his performances. As we go here and see now Danilo Hondo slipping towards the back. He's a sprinter.
Lars Bak, number 112, he's slipping back. He did a lot of pacemaking in the final kilometres before the start of this climb. But we're now looking at a main field of contenders who've been reduced to about 35 riders.
That's what it looks like from the helicopter, just a handful of riders really. We've still got the breakaway. It's breaking up itself at the front of the road now. Peter Sagan cracked pretty early on. Just going past there,
that's Cancellara.
That's Cancellara. He's also off the back. We've gone back to the behind the peloton again here, as riders one by one are just measuring their effort. They're not dropping off the back totally exhausted. They're not going to win the Tour de France, so they're dropping off voluntarily to keep the race at the pace they can cope with, so they live to fight another day.
That was the Irish rider Dan Martin going backwards there very quickly. He will look a little bit further down. The face of Bradley Wiggins doesn't show any sign of emotion at all as he just sits there behind the line of his teammates, allowing them to set the pace.
Is the leading group, which is completely cracked now. We've only got 5 of the original 25 riders left in that front group now. That is how steep the climb is. That gives us a better idea. This climbs up right on the ridge of the mountain. It's like a helter-skelter right to the top, picking up a tailwind on the bend, according to the Australian flag and the Italian flag, and then cross. Well, the flag's indicating there, Paul, quite a strong wind blowing now as we just sit on the top of this mountain and find the easiest way up, the contours, if we can follow them. 5 riders left in the front group now.
Boasson-Hagen, he's really got to ride himself inside. He's not a great climb when it comes to the high mountains, so he will ride and set this tempo for as long as he can to help the team, because he knows that once he gets close to the summit, he's going to have to pass over responsibility to Richie Porte and then to Michael Rogers. But they want to keep with Bradley Wiggins as many men as they can. And what about that for an unbelievable snaking peloton?
Looks like you're in testings, doesn't it, as they start to zigzag their way around all those corners and just get up the side of this mountain. First time the Tour de France has ever climbed this mountain in the Jura. Always narrow roads, so you get some idea now as to why we tell you the descent is dangerous. We're going up the same side the riders went up in the recent Dauphiné, the French build-up race to the Tour. And then we come down the other side. There are actually 6 leaders left up there. Thomas Voigtler, Michele Scarponi, Jean-Christophe Perrault, Sandy Cassar, Luis Leon Sanchez and Dries Devenens are the men up front.
Yeah, in fact, this climb, Phil, was used in the 1988 Criterium du Dauphiné, and that was won by Charlie Motte at that time. But it has been used on a number of occasions before in professional bike races, including one called the Tour de l'Aisne, which is the region that we're going through today.
Just looking across there to the Rhone River, which runs right through the town. We've left in our slipstream now, the town of Culoz.
Well, as we look at the riders in this leading group of 6 men now, in fact, it looks like it's swelling because it looks as if Fofanoff has also recovered and ridden himself back into this breakaway. One sad story about this climb, the Col de la Grande Colombière. In fact, one of the riders in the race, Maxime Bouet, his mother died 2 years ago of cancer, and her dad has one of his favourite climbs, and they don't live too far away from the bottom of this climb, and her ashes are actually scattered at the top of the mountain, and Mr. Bouet Sr. rides up here once a week.
A very poignant moment for Maxime when he comes up the climb. He's in the peloton at the moment. I don't know which part of the peloton because it's imploding as we talk. There you can see how he just seems to be scambling up literally up the side of the mountain here today on the Col de de Grand Colombier. Which is Dries Devenants, now looking as though... No, this is actually Sylvain Chavanel here, who's off the back. The back end of the peloton, and it's not a very big peloton now. Riders are coming out thick and fast. The last man at the back here is Chris Horner of the United States. Luis Leon Sanchez has made a move from the breakaway of 6 riders. That's all that's left at the front. Luis Leon Sanchez tries to go.
Well, Luis Leon Sanchez, Phil, is a class act in professional cycling. We've seen him win the Santos Tour Down Under in Australia. We've seen him win many races, 2 stages of the Tour of Romandy this year, where he dethroned Bradley Wiggins from the overall lead in that race, only to lose it on the final day in the uphill individual time trial. He's nursed his body through the first week of this bike race, an injured left wrist, but he was not quite as badly injured as Tony Martin, who actually fractured his scaphoid. Tony Martin not coming out to start today, but Luis Leon probably casting his mind back to a victory just about 12 months ago to the stage.
Well, I tell you, he's gone very early on the climb. There's still a long way to go to the summit of this, but he's decided to go early and then see if he can maintain it down the other side. There's a 3rd category climb after that, then a long descent and a slightly uphill finish to the line. Is
that he's an excellent downhill racer, and he will try and take the advantage of going over the top of this climb with about a 30-second advantage and consolidating on the descent.
Winner of the Tour of Switzerland just before the Tour de France began, Rui Costa, is in difficulty now as he dangles off the back of the Wiggins bunch. That leaves just Alejandro Valverde, his team leader, up there at the front of that group. There's Cadel Evans, doesn't look too pressured at the moment, just riding tempo. They're getting back, by the way, to Luis Leon Sanchez. They've pulled 4 seconds back now. Burkhardt, Voigtler, Scarponi, Perrault, Cassar, Fofanoff and Davens. So as the workhorses continue on and Louis Costa stays in trouble, let me remind you, the 2012 Le Tour Challenge, powered by Map My Ride and NBC Sports. And that will top out on the Côte de Richemont with about 13 miles or 20.5 kilometers to race down to the finish. And it's an uphill finish, not severe, but it is an uphill finish. Now they've got Luis Leon Sanchez in sight at the moment, because Voigtler can see Sanchez just on that corner there. The gap officially is now only 11 seconds, so the climbers are getting back up to Luis Leon Sanchez. This is a very big effort now by Thomas Voigtler to close this gap down. He's still a long way from the summit. Remember, 25 points on the top. Whoever wins could be the next leader of the King of the Mountains. So while Luis Leon Sanchez continues on the climb, we have a camera in the Garmin Sharp car, so we can just check in and see what's happening in the car. Alan Piper and Charlie Wagelius on the line.
Sam, sit down. Sit down. Come on, just get across the groove car. Come on, take a beat on. Just get across the groove car. All right.
Yeah, that's Alan Piper just talking to Dave Zabriskie. He was in the breakaway, he's dropping back, and Andre Grifko is obviously just in front of him. 2 will climb better than 1, so but they're still ahead of the peloton, those riders, by the way. Well, I don't know if Luis Leon Sanchez, Paul, had seen the move coming, but he's slowed down now, 12 seconds the gap. He's going to have the 3 strongest climbers in that group for company now.
Yes, he will, and I think that's a better thing for him, because if they go over the top as a 4-man group, there's still a lot of work needs to be done if they want to survive all the way down to the finishing line.
This is the concentration now of Edward Boysenhagen as the crowd shout for the man in yellow.
Yeah, the man in yellow just sitting there, Bradley Wiggins.
Resisting the catch.
Well, he's riding at his own tempo. He's tempting these 3 riders to come up and join him. He had an advantage at one stage of almost 35 seconds, and now it's not very much more than 7 or 8. But for him, he has done what he needed to do. He's reduced the number of riders in that breakaway group, and he will now just try and stay in contact with these guys over the top, because they still have a long way to go to the finish. From the top of the climb, it's still 45 kilometers or 27 miles of racing to go.
He's still got a long way to go to the top of this mountain, so let's hope he can settle in with the tempo. Voigtler is a real tough man to beat. He never gives up, you know, in green there. Anyway, this is almost the casual riding style of Edward Boysenhagen. as he sets the tempo. Tommy Voigtla's gone straight to the front to pick up the tempo. Now we'll see if he can put Luis Leon in difficulty.
Well, the thing about the way Voigtla climbs, Philly, he can't climb at a steady pace. He accelerates and slows down, accelerates and slows down, and not everybody can accept that kind of move.
He's telling Scarponi to come and give him a hand there. Just watching Artur Vicho here. It looks to me as though Thomas Voigtla's done all the work to get this group up to Sanchez and nobody willing to help him out. Dries Devenens, this is a very good performance by the Belgian in that light blue top, because he's not this good a climber to be in good company, but he's riding extremely well today. They're pushing him up. This again is a disappointing sight, especially for the Dutch. Their favourite, Robert Hessing, the winner of the Amgen Tour of California, is being dropped there, and now is an attack here. And this is the attack we probably expected. Jurgen van den Broek's team, and this is Jurgen van den Broek on the move.
Well, he's decided, he's told us, he's actually announced in the press he will attack in the mountains on every possible opportunity. He hasn't yet caught out scheme type, but I tell you, Richie Porte just moved across. He's going into second position. Mick Rogers says, right, let's get ourselves organised. That was an attempt, but it was not a very powerful one. But he will go again, I'm sure of that. He's just trying to ruffle the feathers here, I think, of Team Sky.
He's lifted the tempo. Richie Porte answered it. The boy from Tasmania, followed by the man from Canberra. Both of these Aussies are on Team Sky, and that was Michael Rogers in second place. Meanwhile, up front, Voigtla just always checking out every time he moves who's gone with him. Well, Sanchez has gone with him, but the other two just came back up.
They clawed their way back just because of the way Thomas Voigtla rides. Richie Porte now as being the man to dictate the tempo, but they're all moving up around the outside. They're all queuing up.
Dangerous moments with the crowd mixing in with the peloton. They really shouldn't do that. It puts the riders off. The riders behind could hit them. We have a nice select group there now as we're watching Philippe Gilbert unhitch at the back. That acceleration by the Belgian Van den Broek has unhooked the former Belgian champion Gilbert off the back. He is losing gaps now, losing ground here now. It remains a battle of four men on this climb, and the crowd are getting bigger by every corner, which means we're getting up towards the summit of this Col du Grand Colombier, and it's still Thomas Voigtla doing most of the work in that lead group. But they're testing Wiggins now. We've seen one acceleration from Jurgen van den Broek, and Wiggins, though, he's clearly up for the battle. He's got his merry men all around him there.
Well, it was on the descent of this race last year, this climb in the Criterium du Dauphiné, that a lot of riders were put into difficulty. Over on the left-hand side in the national champions jersey of Norway, Boasson Hagen, he's being unhitched. He's done a lot of work over the first few kilometres of this climb. Now he's just going to hope he can stay within 30 seconds or a minute over the summit of the climb and take some risks on the downhill.
The French flag and the German flag. And these are the four leaders in the Tour at the moment on the climb. Thomas Voigtla in green. The crowd are enjoying it. Look, they go right round to the right. Down to the back. But for the peloton, they're now looking to bridge just inside 6 minutes, 5 minutes 52.
That's a well-drilled squad of Team Sky there. A big long line on the front to Richie Porte, Michael Rogers. Now Chris Froome has moved up from the back wheel of Bradley Wiggins into third position, with Wiggins riding in fourth.
Well, everybody seems to have got themselves the King of the Mountains leaders jerseys amongst the crowd here. I think there'll be a change today. The Swedish rider Kessiakoff, dropped from the main peloton, will not be scoring points on this very high-scoring mountain. Well, how the face of the Tour de France is changing, Paul. Look at all of those British flags.
Over on the left-hand side, and what about on the right-hand side? The Slovakian flag flying high there for Peter Sagan. They'll have to wait 3 or 4 minutes before he comes, but he's still riding in front of the peloton.
Voigtla is putting a little move here. He wants the 25 points at the top. It depends where the others finish as to whether he will be the King of the Mountains, but if he's in the action on the next climb, then he will certainly have got the King of the Mountains lead. What a return to top form for the Frenchman, who just a couple of days ago was thinking of retiring from the Tour de France. He keeps looking back. Scarponi's not going to make any resistance, I don't think. Neither's Luis Leon Sanchez. And still the little Frenchman kicks on towards the summit. 25 points and a likely lead in the King of the Mountains.
Well, he'll get himself 25 points. He keeps looking over his shoulder as if he's not that confident he's going to survive. There's the banner just around the corner. He should have got it, and I think he will sit up once he goes through this point and gets himself the points there, Phil, and wait for the other three riders on the descent.
Well done to Tommy Voigtler there, 25 points. He is such a courageous bike rider. He was 4th last year in the Tour de France. He was disappointed he wasn't on the podium. He did lead the race as well for 9 days. Now he's a good descender, and it's a long way down, a very hazardous descent today. This is an attack here from the peloton now as they start to push on.
Well, they're all trying to set themselves up, Phil, for the very dramatic descent on the way down to the climb.
There's an FDJ rider as he starts to put his climb on the mark now, but I would expect it to be somebody like Thibaut Pinot. It is Thibaut Pinot, isn't it?
Yep, he's a very good climber. A lot of people are dubbing him as being the next new climber to come out of French cycling. He's already given himself a stage victory so far, and he thinks this is a good move to try and get himself across away from the main peloton. And he will, I think, Phil, be given a little bit of freedom.
It depends how many riders they picked up from that breakaway. If he scores any King of the Mountains points, he is in the competition after his win the other day into Switzerland. As we go back to the group here, we've lost the 4 leaders over the top. That is now Jens Voigt goes up. He scored well there, Paul, and is also in the mountains. So it'll go down to this last climb as to who wears the King of the Mountains.
Well, Thomas Voigtler has not sat up and waited, and I personally think that's a little bit of a silly move because he's got a long way to go. We're still looking over 40 kilometers, 25 miles of racing to go to the finish. The other guys with him are extremely strong, but he probably feels his chance of winning is better if he's on his own because he knows that Luis Leon Sanchez has got a fast finishing spurt.
Well, it's be nice to watch Tommy Voigtler go down this mountain. This is a narrow, sinuous descent as he goes down, and he will hit speeds of 50, 60 miles an hour.
First couple of kilometers are fairly smooth, as you can see here. They're quite straight, but once we get into the forested area, Phil, that's when we start to pick up the hairpin bends, the technical corners, and that's where this man will take some crazy risks.
He's a cheeky rider, though, isn't he? I mean, he's not waiting for those guys. He's just going to make them chase him down here. Maybe they'll have to take even more risk. Wow, the shadow played tricks on my eyes, and I thought he'd gone down, but he's all right.
Yeah, but I also saw the orange flash going into that corner of Luis Leon Sanchez, and coming across the gap there, Dries Devenens has been gapped a little bit by Luis Leon Sanchez. Sanchez himself a very good descender.
I think that's evident because Scarponi clearly isn't. This is Michele Scarponi here with our camera bike, giving themselves lots of room between so they can see the descent for themselves. The worst thing you can do is try to follow somebody else. Different skills are called for. You've got to do it for yourself, otherwise you might take a line you can't handle.
Well, Scarponi finished 4th overall in the Giro d'Italia. This is a great move by this young Frenchman, Thibaut Pinot. He is not scared at all of the reputations of climbs like this. And I was listening to his dad on the French radio a couple of nights ago, the day that he won his stage, and he was saying that they've always compared him to the French climber Richard Viron.
Well, if he can climb as well as Richard, who holds the record King of the Mountain titles in this event, he'll be doing all right. So Tommy Voigtler is over the top with the 20 points. Scarponi 2nd, Sanchez 3rd, Devenens gets 8, Jens Voigt gets a 5th at the moment. Overall, it means Voigtler at the moment has gone equal in the lead with Kessiakoff. So if they were to finish equal, they would then go back and attack again from Vandenbroek as they go from the back. We'll see how it goes on the last climb of the day, which is a 3rd category climb. And that might seal it in the favour of Thomas Voigtler tonight. And he'll be absolutely over the moon with a leader's jersey. And he's worn the King of the Mountains leadership before, but this will be very special for him. 25 points was the points today on the top of the mountain. So I think we may have given you the wrong points there, but it is 25 points at the top of an all-category climb.
Well, this is a very interesting move now, as it looks like Pierre Rolland is 2nd position. You can see that over towards the top of the climb, 1 or 2 riders really suffering to stay in contact with this group. And it's all because of that final little acceleration. But eyes down, put your seatbelt on for the charge down the descent off the Col de la Grande Colombière.
And the crowd protecting the crosswinds blowing off the back of this little hillside here over the peloton. And Wiggins will have got a full view sighting of those Union Jacks flying in the wind. As now Thibaut Pinot continues to break clear the field. And this is just a show of defiance by him on this big climb, because I don't think he's going anywhere as far as the stage is concerned. But you never know. There's only 43 kilometers to race now.
Now, when you're in a position like Bradley Wiggins there, Phil, he has to be calm in his attack.
So we're just looking down. Rain Taramay, who was the white jersey leader, is now trying to get a little bit of an escape over the field.
Well, what's happening here, Phil? You see what Team Sky have not done. They've let one or two riders go clear. That they want to keep together as a solid block. If they react too violently to this, they may well find themselves getting isolated. Rain Taramay coming around that corner, but then almost immediately there is the control of Team Sky.
Well, they're not panicking when, you know, sometimes riders will panic and chase everything that moves. You can't do that. As over the top at 5:25, the gap on the peloton for Tommy Voigtler, who was first up the mountain. So now the peloton, which got quite big after the tough start to the climb, it swelled up a little bit. We're now on our way downhill. The dizzy heights will suddenly become the valley below. Then we'll kick up another mountain, a third category climb, so not so steep. And once we're over that, it's downhill to the finish. Then a slight rise up to the finishing line in a town we've never finished before, Bellegarde-sur-Valserine. Wiggins just lying back here so he gets a good view of the corner all for himself. As they continue the descent, they'll still be on the descent after we come back from our commercial break, but the pressure is on, and it's on the way down for a change. We're on the descent now of the giant Col de Goncolombier, and we're coursing through the trees. This is the chase group now, and Vincenzo Nibali is turning the screw here and causing a little bit of reaction from behind. Cadel Evans is just behind, so too is the race leader Bradley Wiggins, but one of his teammates is no longer there. Mike Rogers had a front wheel puncture on a right hand bend, went straight on, and has been serviced by the neutral team service car, so he should be chasing somewhere behind, but he'll have lost time. Now I think we can show you that Michael Rogers situation which happened moments ago. Watch the left hand of your picture as we come down the mountain, and then you'll see Michael Rogers go straight on. It was a front wheel, he couldn't turn the wheel, he had to stop right there as the Wiggins chase group went around that bend, handling it all by himself because his team car a long way behind because of the nature of the climb. Plenty of driving going on at the front now, but the gap is holding at 5 minutes 10 seconds on a very select group of 4 riders: Voigtler, Scarponi, Sanchez and Davenants. The counter moves are coming.
Well, this is a man, Phil, Italian, Vincenzo Nibali. He decided this year that he did not want to ride the Giro d'Italia. He wanted to prepare specifically for the Tour de France. And it's a tough decision for an Italian because the Giro is such a huge event in their country. He, in fact, decided to go to the Amgen Tour of California in the United States to ride there as part of his preparation. Then he came, as did Cadel Evans and Bradley Wiggins, to the Criterium de Dauphiné, which is on exactly the same roads as we're riding on this afternoon.
He only has to finish 30 seconds ahead of the group to go up to second place overall today. So he's shooting at Cadel Evans' place, and at 30 seconds, it's looking very, very possible at the moment. As the riders now continue down this mountain, there's one more small climb to come before we go to the finish.
Well, it's a small climb, but that also has a very precarious descent off it. It's a climb of 7.2 kilometers. Average gradient is only 5%. But again, the summit, the descent off that climb is also very tricky, and it runs right the way down almost into the finishing town.
Davenants, the man at the back, stretching out that back. Well, he's been up front for most of the day, and this breakaway, I think he's going to win the day as well. But you can't control Tommy Voigtler. Look at this man go at the front.
I think he's using up too much of his ammunition here this afternoon, Phil. He keeps attacking time and time again because he feels that he needs to get away from Luis Leon Sanchez. Well, on the other hand, the rider in that orange jersey, Luis Leon Sanchez, looks very, very comfortable to me. He hasn't even ruffled his feathers at all. He keeps coming back with ease.
Well, slowly coming off that mountain now, and Peter Sagan is getting himself in the mix on the descent because he is a very, very good descender.
And he's just about to get caught by his own teammate Vincenzo Nibali, so that could be a very interesting proposition for the Italian.
Five minutes 7 seconds the gap between Voigtler and the group Maillot Jaune, which is Bradley Wiggins at the moment.
So this is the main field of the yellow jersey under the control of Team Sky. First position is Richie Porte, second position is Chris Froome, and about sixth position the yellow jersey. Now this is an interesting development here, because Peter Sagan was in the breakaway early on, and now all of a sudden he's been caught by his teammate Vincenzo Nibali. Sagan is not a great climber, but he's a brilliant descender, and he will help his teammate here to try and build his advantage on the yellow jersey group.
I have to hand it to him. This is a terrific move by Liquigas Cannondale, and Sagan again demonstrating to us this man never knows when to stop racing his bike. He's now got his team leader on his back wheel. He will absolutely push himself to his total limit now to open up a gap. Remember, 30 seconds for Nibali at the finish. He's into second place in the Tour. Yes, we're now commercial free right through to the finish of today's stage in the Tour de France. We're heading for the Col de Richemont. It's 7.2 kilometers long. These are the four leaders, but here is the real excitement right now. Peter Sagan and Vincenzo Nibali are free to chase them. So this is going to be absolutely amazing now. These four riders may have the race stage in the bag, but how much time can Nibali pull back now on Bradley Wiggins?
Well, he's almost pulled back 1 minute, Phil. He's 4 minutes and 11 seconds behind the four leaders, Vokla, Scarponi, Sanchez and Devenens. In the middle of that group, there is another group of riders, Burkhardt, Voigt, Martinez, Cassar and Fofanov. This is turning out to be a very well-planned move by Vincenzo Nibali.
Do you know what, Paul? I think the plan may have been the same for Team BMC, and that's why Burkhardt was in the breakaway in the hope that Cadel Evans could reach him. Didn't work for BMC, but it certainly worked by putting Sagan in the early morning attack. Look how strong he is now, helping out Nibali.
Well, we just a few moments ago said that Cadel Evans was a little bit isolated. Now he's got his own teammate Steve Cummings, who's been picked up by that group, so he's got an ally alongside him, but he's still got Marcus Burkhardt up the road. But this is a good move, Peter Sagan, to get into that move. Yes, he had two reasons to get in the breakaway this morning. One was to get himself points at the intermediate sprint point, but it was also to act as a decoy and act as a pilot man for the descent of Vincenzo Nibali.
So far, so good. The time gap is in the bag. He is up into second place in the Tour de France at the moment, as it looks to me as though we've got Perrault in a little bit of trouble there now. He's falling back.
Well, talking to Sean Yates, the team manager of the Sky Pro Cycling team this morning, Phil, he said to me, he said, it's not that important for us to keep the jersey at all costs throughout the whole of this week, because if we lose the jersey to somebody else, then they're going to have to take over the responsibility of the pacemaking. That may well be the clever little game they're playing here, although if you look at the way Richie Porte has got this group lined out in a very long line, they're trying to keep the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Wiggins.
I'm sure Wiggins will not want to pass that jersey away. You can never be sure you'll ever get it back. Richie Porte, Chris Froome are driving the peloton as hard as they can at the front now. There's the face of Cadel Evans. That's a face of determination. He won't help them chase down the attack by Nibali. He'll want to use this attack to tire out the men of Team Sky. So as we look at this half hour free of commercials, a reminder that today's commercial free stage brought to you by Nissan and the 2013 Nissan Altima. Proud partner also of Radio Shack Nissan Trek. There's the face of Richie Porte now. It's a serious chase, this one, and also recharging the batteries at the front now is Jaroslav Popovic. He's coming back from the original breakaway, has been picked up by the Sagan-Nibali tandem.
Well, Peter Sagan, he's learning an awful lot about himself in the Tour de France this year. He's learned how to win races, but now he's learning how to try and dethrone the yellow jersey off the shoulders of Bradley Wiggins. He's having to do a lot of pacemaking here with his team leader, and this is a really good move by Nibali.
Take every day as it comes. People who thought it was a done deal with Team Sky walking all over the Tour de France this year, which at times they've given that impression. No, and now Sagan has done the best he can do, and he's cracked. It is now up to the team leader of Liquigas Cannondale to ride the last 25.5 kilometres and take time.
Well, the advantage now for Nibali, Phil, is he's on the slopes of this last climb of the day, the Col de Richemont. And if he gets over the summit after 5 kilometers with a 30 or 40 second advantage, he will not lose very much on the descent, because it descends straight into the town of Billiat and then into Bellegarde-sur-Valserine.
Nibali currently up into second place in the Tour de France now. Popovic has popped as well, and it's now all up to Nibali to go alone. His aim is not to worry about the riders up front. He doesn't care if he doesn't catch them. All he wants now is building time on the Wiggins group behind.
And the brain that he has, he took time there to keep eating, to keep taking on board calories, because he knows how important it is. Maxime Montfort is the rider from Radio Shack in there with Frank Schleck on his wheel. He will move up Maxime Montfort a little bit in the overall standings today. The one man who's missed out from Radio Shack this afternoon is Tony Galopin, who had an overnight illness.
And he dropped off at the start of the climb, went very early on today. And the Mark Cavendish, the world champion, he was in a group already a long way behind when they said he was 5 kilometers from the summit of the giant Col de Colombier. This group was already 4 kilometers down the other side.
Well, 2 teammates left for Team Skyrider, Bradley Wiggins and Michael Rogers off the back of the group because of a mechanical incident. I don't think the speed that this is going at the moment, Mike Rogers will get himself back into the main field. The question is, at 25 kilometers to go, have these guys got enough in hand to stop being caught by Vincenzo Nibali?
25 kilometers to go to the finish. They were due here just about 20 to 5. They're running on expected time today. At one stage they were 15 minutes ahead. They're now on expected time down at the finish. And we're looking here now at Michele Scarponi. He was the winner of the Giro d'Italia last year, as they are willing to work together now. Watch out for Tommy Voigtlich, because he'll go for the points at the top of this climb. It's only the first 2 riders get points. He'll get 2, and that 2 will almost certainly give him an outright lead in the King of the Mountains.
But what the man on the other side, Luis Leon Sanchez, is thinking about is a stage victory.
Vincenzo Nibali, the man who's pulled the first big attack of the Tour against Bradley Wiggins. A planned move today. Now he's taking on everything. He's been eating, he's got more fluid. Very soon they won't be allowed to come up alongside him. We're running into the last 24 kilometers of the day. Flash of Andrei Grifko there. These are guys who are in the breakaway and are falling back.
Alexander Vinokourov, arrière du peloton, the back end of the bike race here this afternoon. He's disappearing because of the pressure in the field. And it's still Richie Porte who's at the front of this group, and he's just picked up Peter Sagan. He's learning a lot about the mountains of the Tour de France here this afternoon. He's at the top end of his class.
And Sagan will not raise a pedal in anger to stay with this group, because he can't. It's on the hills now, and he can't go quick enough to hold the shirt tails of the race. So he'll drop off and continue to ride in as best he can. These are the men who are dreaming of winning the Tour de France now, and they're all ganging up on the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins.
Well, Grifko, I don't think, Phil, can share any of the pace-making at all with Vincenzo Nibali here. He's quite happy just to sit on his wheel. Nibali now goes inside of the banner there, indicating 5 kilometers to go to the top of this climb. 3 miles of climbing.
It's a great attack by Nibali. He's still got 5 kilometers uphill. He can pull away a little bit further there, because Wiggins is using his team now at the limit of their ability. The face on Richie Porte as he drives, and waiting to take over is Chris Froome, happy to sacrifice 3rd place overall for 1st place for Wiggins in Paris.
The 4 leaders are now starting to feel the pain of this long breakaway, started after 5 kilometers by Peter Sagan. Thomas Voeckler again grimacing out of the saddle, fighting with his machine. He's got a little wry smile on his face there, Phil, because he knows he's probably got himself a King of the Mountains jersey at the end of the day.
And the first day in the real mountains. Oh, this is the Jura, remember. We're not in the Alps till tomorrow. We'll be there tomorrow. There's another all category, outside category, and we finish on a first category as we go up to La Toussuire. This is Grifko.
I'll tell you what, Phil, they're actually starting to pull back on Vincenzo Nibali, because they're actually now only about 26 seconds behind him. If we look a little bit further down the road, we may well start to get a glimpse of Richie Porte.
Well, that might account for the pain on Richie Porte's face, trying to nail back Nibali. And they're all closing in on the leaders. Nibali is only 3:05 now behind those 4 riders out front. Overall, virtual, as if we stop the race now, Nibali will be in 2nd place just about 9 seconds quicker than Cadel Evans in the overall standings. It's got time to change back again right now as the peloton go under that 25 kilometers to go banner.
Yes, it's 40 seconds the gap between Vincenzo Nibali's group, Vincenzo Nibali because he's doing all of the pacemaking, and the Bradley Wiggins group led here by Richie Porte.
Well, the Team Sky are using their effort, but it's having dividends here. Richie Porte from Tasmania is driving, and he'll be left there until Chris Froome senses he's starting to slow down, and then they'll go round and give him a hand, and he'll be We are looking at the wheels of the 4 leaders now as they continue up the climb here, but the work being done by Richie Porte, the Australian on Team Sky, is keeping Bradley Wiggins in close contact with Vincenzo Nibali. Nibali is only 2:48 behind those 4 leaders, and the peloton 3:10.
Well, to put it into perspective, you have to understand that Richie Porte in his own right is a rider who could ride high in the overall standings of this race. He's finished in the top 10 of the Giro d'Italia, so when you've got a man of that caliber working for you, it makes you a very much more comfortable rider. That Bradley Wiggins has the confidence in his teammates. He's got the confidence in Chris Froome, who finished second overall in the Tour of Spain last year as well.
Back to the chase. This is the catch. Nibali has realised it doesn't work. He's feeling pretty sad about that, but it was a great move. Let's go back to the leaders for the top.
It was an excellent move, and it won't be the last one that Vincenzo Nibali makes. He wants to get himself into a podium position in Paris, and why not into a yellow jersey position as they pull him back. He looks across at Bradley Wiggins to see if there's been any pressure on the shoulder of the yellow jersey. Reim Taaramäe now, Phil, just over to the right-hand side. He could be looking at getting himself back into the white jersey at the end of today.
He'll have to lose a little bit of time yet, but he's in the best position to do it at the moment. The 4 leaders continue up the climb as we've been going now for nearly 4.5 hours. He needs about 40 seconds over TJ Van Garderen to reclaim the white jersey. So another good competition, that one.
Well, now that they've caught Vincenzo Nibali, you'll notice the clock has started to stretch out again because it's over 3 minutes now between the leading group of 4 riders on the road and Bradley Wiggins. And yes, this is going to be the winning break this afternoon because they will not be seen again, because as they cross the summit here, it's downhill to the finish.
So Thomas Voigtler kicks again, gets the summit, the new leader in the King of the Mountains. Vincenzo Nibali has been caught. Bradley Wiggins can breathe again. 3:03 the time gap now, back to the group. These 4 should stay away with 20.5 kilometers to ride to the finish.
And now Team Sky can pretty much turn off the gas, Phil, because they've pulled everybody who is dangerous to them back into the main field. But if they leave Michele Scarponi that 3 minutes, even the 3 minutes at the end of the day will have him move up into the top 15.
There's about 20 riders left down in that group now with the yellow jersey. Bradley Wiggins, as Voigtler gets the 2 points at the top of the climb, 1 for Scarponi for second. Those 2 points are enough to give Tommy Voigtler the lead now in the King of the Mountains. Now they've been hit today, and then they've had all of the answers largely in the shape of the Aussie Richie Porte. I don't think anybody will attack them on the run in now.
I wouldn't discount the man on the left-hand side of the picture there, Phil, there in the black and red jersey, Cadel Evans, because he knows this descent. This descent, I think, may well even be trickier than the previous one. 191, Levi Leipheimer having a better day. He stayed in contract with the big names of the Tour de France today.
And Martinez, Cassar, Fofanov out front somewhere. And here we go again, a little bit of a move here.
This is Pierre Rolland.
Pierre Rolland has gone. That's an interesting one. Pierre Rolland was the white jersey of last year's Tour.
And coming across, none other than Jürgen van den Broek.
Well, they will react to Jürgen van den Broek, I think. He's the dangerous Belgian rider. Pierre Rolland just trying to snatch a little time, but he's 10 minutes back at the moment. Jürgen van den Broek is countering the move. It's a carrot he wanted.
Well, they're trying to get themselves a little advantage before this next tricky descent starts. Pierre Rolland going over the top of the King of the Mountains point. And again, Phil, no reaction. But yes, maybe Cadel Evans thinks, I'll have a bit of that myself.
I don't think Cadel will move. I don't know, but he's too close to Wiggins right now. He's going to force Wiggins, his 2 riders, to continue the chase. They can't turn a blind eye to Jürgen Rolland. He's a Jürgen van den Broek. He's a very strong boy.
Now we're getting to the technical part of this course. You might have just heard a little bit of a slip there as the man at the back, Dries Devenens, locked his wheel up a fraction. But Voigtler will take advantage of these corners, but he's not going to outfox the man in the orange jersey of Rabobank, because right on his wheel is Luis Leon Sanchez.
Well, you know, Tommy Voigtler in the green jersey there, last year when he was on the descent, he had a very, very tricky descent as we were racing down into Italy, and he went into somebody's car park, I seem to remember, Paul, and dashed around. Do you remember that?
It was absolutely crazy. I don't know how he managed to stay upright. He was very lucky on that occasion that, in fact, there was somebody's terrace there. I think he was dropping in for cocktails on his way down towards the finish line, but he did get himself back into the race, and he did finish in the main field.
Yes, he did, and the front half of it too. And well, we'll see what happens down the way, but this is a very tortuous descent. These are not alpine roads, these are roads of the beautiful Jura, as the chase group is getting itself organised, and they've got a big gap very suddenly.
All of a sudden they've opened up the gap, and they will use this technical descent to try and open up their advantage. Again, you see no panic on board Team Sky. They're just riding the tempo. They know what they need to do. They've controlled Nibali, who they're very concerned about. Jürgen van den Broek started the day 5 minutes and 20 seconds in arrears, so he's got plenty of time to play with. They don't need to react and chase every move that goes off the front. On the other hand, Pierre Rolland, he needs a big chunk of time to get himself back into contention.
Yeah, he's 10 minutes back, but that's all right. He's putting himself back in the frame here. You've got to get it when you can, and that's the way it is. The Australian flag's on the left of our picture. Rolland really riding very strongly now. Got a strong ally in Jürgen van den Broek. Just a couple of minutes gain for Van den Broek, and he climbs overall probably into the top 5 or 6 riders, so he'll be thinking of that and no more just now, because we're only 16 kilometres from the finish.
Yeah, that's just...
So the two leaders at the moment swapping. These are the two chasers here. And I just a reminder to you all that today's commercial-free stage is brought to you by Nissan and the 2013 Nissan Altima. Proud partner of Radio Shack, Nissan Trek. So we continue to the finish, commercial-free, and what a race is turning out. They're still driving on the front here, and I don't know where Richie Porte is finding the strength, but he's still stepping on the gas as we go to the back of the group and see Levi Leipheimer hanging on to the back of the lead group.
Well, there's about 20 seconds, and this is TJ Van Garderen, the rider who started the day in the yellow and white jersey, is the best young rider. He was dropped towards the top of the climb. He's trying to pull himself back into the peloton. In fact, they're only just around the corner there.
Well, I've just got a feeling TJ might save the day for that white jersey. If he finishes 43 seconds behind that group in front of him, he loses the white jersey. But the road should be more in his favour now. You're right, I've just seen the motorbike go around that corner. So TJ might get back into that group.
Right, a few more tricky little corners now as we start to get into the outskirts of the small town of Baliat, and then we've got one more final tricky little descent to go into the town of Bellegarde-sur-Valzerine, and then it's about a 1.5 kilometre climb up to the finishing line.
So as they continue now, the spread across the board is just 3 minutes 11 seconds to Wiggins.
Still at around about 40 seconds in front of the Bradley Wiggins group, so he's holding on. They're not pulling anything back on him at all. These guys now are going to start to slow down a fraction as they start to think, how are they going to win the stage?
But what a return to the front end of the race, if you like, Paul, by Luis Leon Sanchez. Injured completely, always riding at the back for nearly a week of the Tour, and today he's in with a chance of winning the stage.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking about, and he nursed himself through that first week with a very difficult injured left wrist, and he was at the back of the main field on many occasions with Tony Martin before all of a sudden it seemed to all turn around when it came to the individual time trial. And I think now he's got the V8 back up and whistling again.
And Tony Martin, by the way, after his time trial, he did withdraw from the race yesterday in the hope he can get his fractured wrist into some sort of shape, ready to take part in the Olympic Games time trial in London, because he is the world champion in that event. But he's had to go home. The doctors advise him not to continue in the Tour. Now Drevenant has decided to go, and Voigtler saying, well, come on, somebody attack him, because that's the move they weren't expecting. The one man who hasn't won a race in 3 years is trying to win today.
Jens Voigt,
I should add, it's the only race he ever won.
I think Jens Voigt has cracked them there, Phil. They almost got to his back wheel, and he's just decided to keep going over the top now. They're going to have to get themselves organised very quickly, because I think Jens Voigt will close the gap down to Dries Devenins, and if that happens, well, it's almost happened, you know. He's almost on the back wheel of the Belgian. The Belgian looks over his shoulder right now to say, uh-oh, what's going on here? Jens Voigt is coming across to me.
You're right, and Voigtler swung off the front there. Nobody went through on him, so the gap opened immediately here. The attacking riding of Jens Voigt is flogging those legs as he comes up now to catch up with the Belgian Dries Devenants.
Well, his mouth there, Phil, almost as wide as the Mersey tunnel as he tries to get as much air into his lungs as possible. Devenants kicked a second time. We start the final kilometre, Phil, is a slight drag up to the finish line, and that will actually give slight advantage to Dries Devenants unless Jens Voigt can get onto his slipstream.
At 1.5 kilometres to go, there will be a reaction from Luis Leon Sanchez, I'm sure. He can't let this gamble too much. It's an uphill slow motion finish today, and Dries Devenants is in the biggest moment of his career. If he wins this stage, he started as a pro in 2007, and he's now just 1.5 kilometres away from a stage win in the Tour de France. This will be huge for him and his team.
Well, look at that. He's got the same distance. In fact, he's starting to open up the distance there between himself and Jens Voigt. And Jens Voigt, I think, shortly will get joined by Luis Leon Sanchez, because Sanchez will not allow a stage victory to disappear away from him like this.
1.7 kilometres to the finish, down to 1.6 now. Dries Devenants, the 28-year-old, is pushing on. In fact, he'll have his birthday on the day the Tour de France ends, as he now tries to get a stage win in the middle.
Well, yeah, Thomas Voeckler now is coming across the gap. He's looking to try and get himself onto the wheel of Jens Voigt before Jens Voigt has made contact with Dries Devenants. It's one man chased by one man, chased by one man.
Belgrade sur Valserine, we've never been here before. Look at the crowd. And there is Voeckler now. Where is he as our camera pulls back? He's coming up to he's coming up now on the back wheel of Jens Voigt as we pass under the tunnel. I think he'll come out in the lead.
Well, he's pulled himself across that gap. They're now looking for the Flamme Rouge, the red kite, which will indicate there's 1,000 meters to go. This is the start of the climb. This man is out of the saddle. He's trying to push the pain barriers a little bit further forward. He's just trying to keep those wheels rolling over. But now Jens Voigt has found something else, because he's closing the gap on the climb.
I hate to say it, but I think Dries's legs just left him. The look on his face there, those legs are screaming with pain now. But inch by inch he's getting closer, and so too is Tommy Voeckler. Voeckler has jumped, he's bridging the gap. He's going to win this stage.
Well, he's gone off in pursuit of Dries Devenants. He's gone straight over the top, Thomas Voeckler. He didn't want to take Luis Leon Sanchez to the finish line here this afternoon, as he did in Saint-Flour last year, but he's still got about a kilometre to go.
Well, absolutely incredible. This man who almost retired from the Tour de France with a knee problem which he brought to the race, and now look at him winning a stage here. His family's here as well. So as they come up now, they'll see another Frenchman and another French victory in the Tour de France as we resume the race after yesterday's rest there. They're cheering him home. He just looks over his shoulder, doesn't he? He sees they're coming, but they're not coming quick enough. He kicks again. What about Jens Voigt? As now Sanchez is after him. He's still coming. It's 350 meters. Voeckler better kick again, because Sanchez's face is telling another story here.
They're all in absolute agony at 300 meters to go. Voeckler knows he's not got it in the bag yet. He's still got to find something else. He's still got to find a little bit more energy. Sanchez is in pain.
Thomas Voeckler keeps checking where is the approach of Luis Leon Sanchez, and Thomas Voeckler is now just controlling the pace, and it's hurting him. 150, but Sanchez is blown. Jens Voigt has come back again. Remember the story of the tortoise and the hare, as now Voigt gets over the top. Thomas Voeckler is looking for his third win in history in the Tour de France. I have never seen a sprint quite as slow as this. Every man has committed themselves and have reached their limit. And for the Frenchman, he has really reached his limit today. He gets his third stage win in a Tour de France, and he gets the polka dot jersey as well.
Well, Scarponi gets second. Jens Voigt gets my vote for the incredible ride by him this afternoon, as we now start to see Van den Broek and Roland have picked up Sandy Cassar, Egoy Martinez and Dimitri Fofanov.
Well, this is a chase for time, remember, and the man on the front, Jurgen Van den Broek, is not worried about finishing in 5th place. He is, as Dries Devenants comes in there, he gets the 4th place. Jurgen Broek is racing for every second.
That's what it's all about. Those guys are looking to nip away seconds here and there on the advantage of Bradley Wiggins in the overall standings. Every time there's an opportunity that will open up, these guys will take it. They want to climb up every day. They have to climb every day. They have to attack him in the mountains, and it's joy on board the French Express.
A big result for his French team as well, Europcar. There's a little, rather like a whale there, just exuding the air. And in fact, this has been a great result for Thomas Voigtler. He was almost out of the Tour, and he's back.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Phil, I don't mean it in any derogatory way at all, but that's probably the slowest sprint I have seen in the Tour de France in many, many years.
They all wanted to win.
It was a question of survival. Last man standing.
That hill didn't look much, but it was really tough after a near race-long breakaway again for those riders. They got up to the leader, which was Sagan and Grifko, just 22 kilometers into the race today. Still coming up the hill now, Bellegarde, and further down the hill, the peloton are on the slower slopes as well. Every second counts. This is the Jurgen van den Broek. The clock continues to count. About 1:52 at the moment, and Cadel Evans, by the way, on the front of the peloton is breaking clear. So we'll just see now what happens here. BMC are trying to get just a couple of seconds. Every second counts, morally, psychologically, as Jurgen van den Broek does claim a little bit of time back today, but he has to. But this is a huge effort, and Nibali is getting on to terms with him here. The two against Bradley Wiggins are putting in a joint attack for the line, but Wiggins just crawled his way back up. Determination. This man Wiggins will not give a single second to anybody. Cadel Evans tries to get a second, he won't give it. Every second Bradley Wiggins really does count. Meanwhile, back up the front here, it is the group coming in here, and these are for the lower places. But look at the salute of Pierre Roland. He's just spotted his teammate one. Well, Evans has tried desperately on the approach to snick a second. Bradley Wiggins has jumped on every move. They're going to be all same time. Chris Froome has got the head of the peloton. I think Cadel is going to try one more sprint. He is. He's gone again. He doesn't care whether it's 1 second or two. He wants to take something back. But Wiggins just steps on the gas. He only has to finish within 2 feet of that wheel to be given the same time. And Wiggins is having none of it here.
Well, Pinot is the one getting himself at the lead across the line. Wiggins looks back to see what the time gaps are like there this afternoon, make sure that everybody is in the group with him. Cadel Evans will continue to move like that through the next 10 days of this bike race. He'll look for any possible opportunity. TJ Van Garderen just comes in. He may well have just held on to his lead in the white jersey competition there, but he's lost a few seconds lead.
It's a very tight battle. That really is seconds now, the race for the white jersey. But you know, Cadel Evans has tried to snick a second or two over the last week, and again he just comes back and will stand none of it, Bradley Wiggins. There's a very happy man in the commentary box there being interviewed. These are the Michelob Ultra overall standings. They didn't change in the end. Bradley Wiggins retains his 153 over Cadel Evans, 207 over teammate Chris Froome, 223 over Vincenzo Nibali, 302 over Denis Menchov, the Russian on team Katusha. We should see a little bit of a rise, I would think, for Jurgen van den Broek. He's there in 8th place, now looking for 4:48. He was looking for 5:20 something. And Nicholas Roach in 9th, and TJ Van Garderen holds top 10 at 5:31. He holds on to his white jersey by just 25 seconds. Looking down from the helicopter there, the peloton, only about a mile out of the start house, has completely imploded at the moment as they head towards the first climb of the day, the Col de la Madeleine. Well, the race started with the raising of the white flag. There is Christian Prudhomme. The white flag, by the way, is not one of surrender in the Tour de France. It's the sign of the off, le départ. And look at this, kilometre zero, 148 to go, an immediate attack. They've put the pressure on straight away. The rider in orange is Robert Hessing, who's lost a lot of time, and he came to this race as a pre-race favourite. He wants to try and regain some time, and Marcus Burkhardt is the rider who's tagged on to the back of him there, the teammate, of course, of Cadel Evans. And just take a look at the splits now as they try to work this one out. Well, attack after attack at the moment, Paul, as they continue their way here. Another of the nice chateaus which abound. We're going to see lots of these today in the region.
Yeah, this is the chateau of Chantemel. It used to be the residence of the Tarentaise archbishops who lived down here. The castle was originally built in the 13th century to control the road over the Petit Saint-Bernard, which takes us across into Switzerland.
Well, as our coverage today going from the gun to the finishing line, now you know what it's like in those first crazy minutes when they lead the start. But I think this has much more significance than not just trying to establish what we always call, Paul, even though it's afternoon, at the early morning breakaway. There's some significant moves here. This is a big test bed for Wiggins today. They're going to find out just how good he is.
Well, not just how good he is, but also how good his team is as well, Team Sky, because that's the important thing. So far, they haven't done a thing wrong. They've had a perfect opening week of the Tour de France over the flat stages. The first incursions into the smaller mountains have been a success for Team Sky. They've always been rallying around their man, but today is a different profile. It is a very difficult climb. We've got two HC outside categorized climbs on the agenda, Col de la Madeleine and the Col de la Croix de Fer, and a very, very dangerous descent down towards the end once they've gone over the second category, Col de Mollard. It is technical and dangerous with a very bad road surface. And to cap it all off, 18 kilometers up to the finishing line in the ski resort of La Toussuire. It's a tough day in anybody's book.
It most certainly is, as we run down alongside the banks of the Isère River now, and the riders are split. They're forming big groups and trying to reorganize some sort of a chase here. As the peloton, I've noted that Wiggins and his yellow jersey and his team are trying to just keep control of the large pack, but there are two distinct bunches in front.
Well, you know, really, Wiggins has got to stay calm on a day like this. He doesn't need to worry too much about the guys in these breakaways like this. These, I think, Phil, are guys who want to get themselves a lead before they start the Col de la Colombière, Col de la Madeleine. They need to think about watching Bradley Wiggins, needs to keep a very close eye on Cadel Evans.
Well, it's like running into the belly of the shark here, because the mountains are on the shoulders of the riders. They've got about 15 kilometers of flat road. That's why they are under pressure. There's the man who started it today, 151, Robert Gessing. But what he's done for us is to guarantee us an incredible day. So just looking now as Gessing again tries to nudge off the front of the group. He's sensing a general regrouping here. Gessing anxious to get to these mountains and show us that he can really climb the big mountains. There's the chaos as we've launched the start, quite literally, of the Tour de France on stage 11 today. We're going to take a break and we're going to give you a few series of commercials early so we can get plenty of action towards the end of the day. We're getting closer. The London Olympics are coming to NBC and the NBC Sports Network. Coverage begins July 25th on the NBC Sports Network, and this leads up to the opening ceremonies July 27th on NBC. Bernard Eisel, the man in black on the front, just checking where that rider in yellow is at the moment. He's in front of the world champion Mark Cavendish, who's also on the same Sky team as the race leader. That's the peloton consolidating behind a forming lead group at the moment. Just at the moment, but a semblance of common sense now. There's to the right of our picture there, you can see the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins. That's about as far back as I've seen him the whole Tour de France. He caught off a little bit there by the split, but he's now regaining. Here we are with the front group. You see, it's quite a big pack which has got themselves to go in. Our computer is saying 31 riders in the leading group at the moment. When we assess the names, as I'm sure Bradley Wiggins is just now, then we'll see how important this move is. As we go back to the action, 31 leaders. Now we just need to assess who we've got in this breakaway, Paul, because that is the secret to see who is the danger man. There's no doubt who started it. He went out with a plan, number 151, Robert Gessing. He's the second left rider on our left at the moment. He's determined to make this breakaway go. So as we leave Rognier, now we're still in the valley, heading to the base of the Col de la Madeleine, and there's a 31 rider front group up there. The polka dot jersey at the back here is Thomas Voigtler. We think he's probably suffering after his great ride yesterday.
Well, I think his face told it all when he crossed the line yesterday, Phil. You could just look into his eyes. The pain was there, but the victory wiped away a lot of that pain. But the thing is, he has to try and recover to come back and ride again today. I did notice Philippe Gilbert, the Belgian champion and teammate of Cadel Evans, had got himself into that break. That seems to be the strategy of teams like Liquigas and BMC Racing to get men into this breakaway to have help and assistance to their leaders in the latter part of the race.
Well, there's no doubt up front guessing who would have been a marked man a week ago, but he's lost too much time. He's 40 minutes down now behind the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins. He's got his team around him once again. Luis Leon Sanchez in the orange there. He was in the breakaway yesterday. And I would suspect they've organised it now and they've worked out who is in that escape.
Yeah, they've had a check, they've figured out what's going on, and once they've found out that there's nobody dangerous to the overall classification, they will give it some freedom. There are two riders in this group from BMC Racing. One is Philippe Gilbert, the other one is Marcus Burkhardt, who was in the breakaway for Cadel Evans yesterday.
Yes, there's also Samuel Dumoulin of the French Cofidis team. Dan Martin's got in there for Ireland, and Garmin Sharp. Andrei Grifko, the champion of Ukraine, is also in that leading group. We'll take another break. 8 o'clock in New York, 5 a.m. in Southern California. I hope you're not just joining us. We've been on air for an hour already and being treated to a great opening in the Alps on stage 11 of the Tour de France. It's only 92 miles and these riders are absolutely flying. They're trying to flatten out some of the biggest hills in this part of France. We're on the climb of the Col de la Madeleine at the moment. We're still about 14 kilometres, about 8 miles from the summit of this climb. It's not the only climb of the day which carries the tag HC either, as we're watching a breakaway trying to establish of some 21 riders getting to the front now. And in that breakaway is Chris Horner also up there. There's the profile for you. We're heading up towards the top of the first climb, HC, or category, outside category, on the Col de la Madeleine, down to the valley for the sprint. Then we're on the giant Col de la Croix de Fer before we finish at La Toussuire today. As we climb on the steady gradients up the side of the Col de la Madeleine. It's been a very quick start, Paul, but the temperature absolutely perfect, 51 degrees Fahrenheit, that's about 10 degrees Celsius. Now the wind is light, they say partly cloudy today. Well, that's about right at the finish at La Toussuire. But tactics today, and at the moment, the Sky team are just watching and waiting to see what cards are being laid on the table, aren't they?
Well, I think there's a few people laying down their own tactics for a little later on in the stage. The fact that Ivan Basso, the rider in about third or fourth position there in the lime green jersey of Liquigas, the fact that he's come into this breakaway means that he is going to be there to try and help Vincenzo Nibali later on in the stage. Pierre Rolland has tried to get himself into this gap because he wants to consolidate on his 10th place finish in the Tour de France last year, and why not try and win a stage at the summit of this mountain, La Toussuire, because last year he was the winner at the Alpe d'Huez. Alejandro Valverde is in second position. I don't think he's thinking about tactics and long-term ambitions in the Tour de France. He's thinking about an individual stage victory as well.
It's a good group. Chris Horner is in there as well for the United States, and Scarponi has got himself into the break, and he was in the breakaway yesterday. He's looking to claim now a top 10 place in the race going in through the mountains tomorrow. Well, as we see the riders just twist their way over this mountain to the top, there is quite a long descent once they're over the top into the valley. Then we'll have the green jersey point sprint. Not going to be too interesting amongst these riders because they're not figuring highly in the green jersey competition. We've already seen Mark Cavendish and Andre Greipel lose contact with the back of the peloton. This is the peloton briefly as we now swing up to the boys from Europcar and Pierre Rolland in the breakaway. It's a big break now, Paul. It's swelled up to 22.
22 riders and some big names in there. Chris Horner, the American, has made himself a presence in that gap. Christopher Kern from Euskaltel, Malacarne from Europcar, Pierre Rolland. The dangerous man in that breakaway for me, though, is Michele Scarponi, because he was in the breakaway yesterday and obviously he's recovered very well.
And just going through there to do his turn at the front was number 191, and that is Levi Leipheimer. He's trying to catch up with these leading 22 riders, and that's a good move. You know, it could be a good move today. There are still no riders immediately affecting Bradley Wiggins' overall lead, so they might gain time here.
Well, there's people going to be scattered all over the side of this mountain before we get to the top of the climb. If they continue to ride at this pace, it's an unbelievably blistering pace. This is a little bit further back. This is the third group on the road. The race has really been split up. The third group is the yellow jersey group. They are 54 seconds behind the leading group on the road, which is a huge group of 22 men.
All the men who matter at the moment, Wiggins, Evans, Chris Froome, Vincenzo Nibali, Dennis Menchov, Heimar Zubeldia, Jürgen van den Broek, Nicholas Roach, are still alongside the yellow jersey. And they're the men he'll be watching. His own team is setting the pace here. Every rider, all 7 men at the front, belong to the same team there. So he's not going to start chasing anybody just yet.
But this is when it starts to get complicated as well for guys like Cadel Evans and Vincenzo Nibali, because they can start to see when they've got a guy like Michele Scarponi in there, he starts to threaten their position in the overall standings as well. Then all of a sudden, from trying to put Team Sky under pressure, they put themselves under a little pressure too, and then it becomes a bit of a game of poker. Do we go and assist Team Sky, or do we wait and see if they will crumble?
Just sitting on the front here is Christian Coran, and right behind him Ivan Basso, the 2 riders from Liquigas Cannondale. They're still 7 miles from the summit, by the way, at the moment, so 12 kilometers. And the pressure going on here. These are the 2 teammates of Vincenzo Nibali, who's back in that group. And I think the 2 teammates of Vincenzo Nibali, who's back in that group. And I think they are tempting the race to come and get him.
Phil's putting this into perspective. This is the first of 4 climbs on the day. We've got this climb, which is a very difficult climb in itself, then followed by the Col de la Croix de Fer, then the Col de Mollard, and then the final climb of the day up to La Toussuire. And we've got some dramatic descending ahead of us, let alone some of this difficult climbing we're witnessing.
And these 4 are closing in on the leaders. That was Levi Leipheimer right there, number 191. He is closing in on the leaders here, and he's having to do most of the pacemaking. Just gets around that corner, he'll see a motorbike in front. A little bit of an acceleration here, because there's the motorbike giving him the time check. Now he will see the leaders on the slope just round the corner. When we finally get there they are. And it's still Coran and Basso on the front, followed by Pierre Roland. I think these boys are going to get on. Escorted by Team Sky as we go up to the leaders. These are the 22 front runners, and Levi Leipheimer is in a group of 4, virtually on. There they are, and the man leading the charge up is 191. That's Leipheimer, and taking over the pace there is Marzano of the Lampre team, then Lawrence Tendam, followed by Amael Moignard. Cheers all the way, Ali Ali, but it sounded in an English voice there, and Levi Leipheimer will have understood it as they just about hook onto this group. So we're going to have 26 riders up front now. A big crowd here too.
A massive crowd and a massive breakaway group of 26 riders. There's a lot of tactics starting to unfold. The Team Europcar are trying to move their man up, Pierre Roland, but he started the day in 20th place at 9 minutes and 28 seconds down. We're getting some dramatic views of the Alps this afternoon.
We most certainly are. This is the Grand Pic de la Lausière.
Tops out at 2,800 meters in altitude, and on the left bank you can see the Torrentes River. Really is a craggy outcrop there. This is part of the area above the Maurienne, it's called, which is where Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, the town that we'll go through towards the end of today's stage, gets its name from.
Well, that's just over 10,000 feet in feet, and it is pretty barren. In fact, I'm surprised to see it not completely covered by a glacier, but there's still some zone left on the northern face of it. As our helicopter spins around, it's a little bit away from the actual climb of the Col de la Madeleine, but that's where the riders are now, and officially there are now 26 riders in the lead, with 1 rider just trying to get on turns, but it's a fair way back now to the chaser, who is Pinot of the Omega Pharma Quick-Step team, Jérôme Pinot. Frenchman trying to bridge the gap, well, his teammate Leipheimer has just done it, so if I was Pinot, I'd take a rest and go back to the main pack.
Well, I think I would agree with you there, because it's still a long way to go. It's still about 8 kilometers or 5 miles to get to the summit of this climb, and this is an amazing group that has formed, 26 riders strong. But obviously Team Sky have got their strategy, they've got their plan, and they are going to stick with it.
Malacan doing some pacemaking. Christophe Kern is the other rider. His teammate is Pierre Roland. They've done well to get 3 riders into this leading group, I must say. Cellier is where we're passing through now.
It's 118 kilometers to go to the finish.
And just exactly 10 kilometers from the summit, Paul.
Yuck.
6 miles still to go to the top at the moment.
But there's number
Dave Brailsford, they assess everything every night. And right now, all going according to plan. The men nearest are all around. This is the lone chaser here, Jerome Pinot, the teammate of Levi Leipheimer, who made the breakaway. Pinot is currently running just about a minute behind the leading group. So our camera moves forward. We've got 2 more riders here, but they must be coming back from the leading group. They were in the group originally, and this is Maxime Bouet on the right, and the man from the Euskadi team is Gorka Izagira. Here he is in our camera at the moment. And I think they're dropping back rather than going forward to that main group. And there's the main group, the leading group, just ahead there. Well, it doesn't look too far, does it, Paul, to the leading group, but they are moving pretty quickly now. It's a sizable group. The gap is holding at 1:37, so the Bradley-led peloton is just keeping them exactly where they want them right now.
Well, there's no panic for them at the moment. They've had a quick look of the riders that are in this breakaway. To me, there is one dangerous rider in this group, and that's Michele Scarponi, but he needs 7 minutes and 14 seconds to dislodge the yellow jersey away from Bradley Wiggins. But he'd probably need an awful lot more than that if he wants to think about winning this bike race overall, because he lost a lot of time in the individual time trial. And I think with that final time trial, Phil, with a 51-kilometer race, a lot of people realise they need to be a long way ahead of Bradley Wiggins if they want to think about winning the Tour.
Well, they're trying to get a long way ahead. At the moment, the leaders have 1 minute and 41 seconds. These 2, I think, are coming backwards rather than going forwards from the breakaway group, and they're about to be joined by Jerome Pinot, who is chasing up. There is the leader and the winner of yesterday's stage, Tommy Voeckler, as he's not having a good start today, but you know, he might ride himself in, Paul. It's early days on this mountain stage.
Well, the man who started all of the aggression on the day, Robert Hessink, number 151, he was the first to attack, he was the first to get into the breakaway, and he's now having to try and hang on to the back end of the yellow jersey group. He's slipping backwards.
This is very, very sad here. He started it today, and now he can't keep up with the actual peloton. Sylvain Chavanel also easing back with him there. This is
Marcus Burkhardt.
Thank you very much. I keep thinking of Magnus Bagstead. I think he's going to kill me, Magnus is.
Well, same initials.
Same initials, that's what throws me. And he's doing a lot of pace work there. But all of the work in the main peloton is being done by the Sky team.
And they're just sitting there. They're quite happy with the situation, and they've actually now, Phil, it appears that they've got it pegged, the pace between themselves and the leading group of 26 riders, because it's locked in at that around about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Another man in difficulty, Jaroslav Popovic. But when you think about the amount of work that he did in the first 10 days of this race to keep Fabian Cancellara in the overall lead, it's not surprising he's suffering in the mountains.
It is so tough, isn't it, as these riders are slipping off the back of the peloton here. I'm just keeping an eye on any big names that might be going through our camera there, but the peloton losing riders, so although the pace looks nice and steady at the front, it is clearly very, very tough at the back here. This is Mathieu Ledanu just passing our screens there. These are the encampments we see everywhere in France now, because the word's getting out that an English rider is leading the Tour of France, and that man has no favourites. He's got the British flag and the English flag together.
He certainly has. As we look down on the front end of this main field, it's just a standard training ride for Team Sky at the moment, but it will change, the tempo and the appreciation will change if there's a move comes from Cadel Evans. And the question is, I'm sure a move will come from Cadel Evans. The question is, when?
Maybe today. I've got a feeling it will. So looking up the valley, and there's the beautiful cascade water crashing underneath the riders. They pass over, and we're working our way up to the top of the Col de la Madeleine. This is only the stepping stone to an incredible day of racing today. We'll plunge down into the valley, and then we will climb the Col de la Croix de Fer, where the crowds are always enormous, and I think those slopes are vicious.
No, most certainly is. And again, this is a move, I'm sure this is a move by the Liquigas Cannondale boys to get themselves a launch pad for Vincenzo Nibali. If he'd had a bit more firepower yesterday, he could have put a little bit more pressure onto the shoulders of Team Sky. We haven't yet reached the summit of the first climb of the day. There are 4 climbs, 2 of them outside categorization. This one we're on now, the Col de la Madeleine, followed in a little while by the Col de la Croix de Fer. And then the Col de Mollard, which in itself, the climb is not so dangerous, Phil, but it's the descent, which has got a bad road surface, got lots of technical corners, and a bit tricky as it gets down to the bottom with a number of repetitive hairpin bends.
Well, they're making a meal of it, but slowly but surely they are clawing their way across the gap here to strengthen this breakaway group at the front. But the peloton virtually locked in. They're only 1:42 back. They've lost 4 seconds in the last few kilometres, which is nothing. Long way down. Now what's Peter Sagan doing? He wants his team car. He's sitting at the back of the bunch here.
Well, I'm impressed with him still staying in contact, because he is one of the best climbers amongst the sprinters. He's dropping back. I think he's working for the team here this afternoon. He will do for as long as possible.
These are the leaders on the day in today's mountain stage of the Tour de France. We're heading to La Toussuire. This is the first climb, the Col de la Madeleine. They're coming up towards the summit now. It'll be interesting to see who goes for the points here. If Michele Scarponi, who wears 41 and rides in the pink colours on the far right of our screen right now, goes for them, he could be the next leader in the King of the Mountains, because after yesterday, he's in 3rd place, just 7 points behind Thomas Voeckler, which is a very, very good standing to be when you're in the breakaway. That's the overall at the start of the day. Voeckler got the lead yesterday, 28. Scarponi is in 3rd place with 21. Froome and Voigt are not in this leading group. So let's see if we can show you the points available today, because there are 25 points for the first man over the top today. So it could be that Scarponi could have a nice lead. He's certainly moved up to the front of this breakaway. He knows what's at stake now. Just watching Scarponi there in 5th place, Paul. If he wins, he'll get quite a nice lead in the King of the Mountains with 25 points on the top of this climb. And it looks, by the fact he's moved up that line, he's got every intention of going for the finish.
I think he has, but I also think that Pierre Rolland has got his eyes on that King of the Mountains jersey as well. So watch out for a big sprint up at the top of this mountain.
Yes, it's still in its infancy, the King of the Mountains, because the real mountains are starting today. And those with ambitions, including Dan Martin, are going to go for the points. Just at 1:58 the gap as we continue to twist our way up to the summit of the Col de la Madeleine. There's still 109 kilometres to go, but more importantly, will Dan Martin now launch into the King of the Mountains competition and try and win the 25 points at stake at the top of this climb? Maxime Bouet, well, he just got back on. He's now gone off the back of the group.
Well, it's because of the acceleration at the front end of this group, Phil, and the interest in getting big points over the summit, because the big points today are 25 points for the first riders across the gap. Yes, Michele Scarponi will try and get himself the lead in that competition. He's currently in 2nd place, but watch out for the riders from Europcar, because they're also defending the lead of Thomas Voeckler.
Yep, and also Pierre Rolland would like to take, if he has to, take the points off his teammate and keep them in the box. There are the jagged slopes of the Madeleine. Just on the far left of our picture is the top of this climb before they start descending. Continuing to climb up this mountain, which overlooks Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, where they started from this morning. Now they could see the bottom end of the valley below them. They cross down and then they come back and then they twist their way around. There's the flags of the Union Jack waving proudly in the sky. Be interesting to see who goes. Here's the first attack now.
This is Bryce Fayloux, the big lanky rider we saw at the back end of the main field, Phil, over the first week of this race. He was very, very sick, but he stayed in it for this reason, to excel in the mountains.
Well, he made a good kick, but it was short-lived there, and I think now we expect to see the mauve jersey there in 5th place of Scarponi. A win for him is automatic lead in the King of the Mountains. Frederick Kessiakoff is in this breakaway as well.
Well, it's going to be a big battle, Phil. It's a huge competition which has always written traditional stories in the Tour de France, the King of the Mountains. Scarponi in the pink jersey there, moving up into 4th position. This is going to be a big battle, but we're still looking at about 500 metres to go. Kessiakoff is in 2nd place, and Peter Velits is up into 3rd.
And Scarponi is in 4th, as that little kick didn't come to naught, but it's made a selection at the front, and sadly no sign of Dan Martin moving to the front here. to snatch the King of the Mountains points. So these 5 seem to be going away from the rest on this. Here comes the acceleration. Kesiakov has gone first. Scarponi can't go. He's having none of it. He's relaxed completely.
And then on his wheel there is Peter Velits as he goes around that corner. He's almost pushing the motorbike because he's got such a fabulous acceleration. Bear in mind, Phil, this man comes from a great background of mountain biking. Onto his wheel now, Peter Velits.
Well, Peter Velits is edging his way up, but is he going to kick or is he going to let him take the maximum points here? And no, he's going to move forward.
They haven't got to the line yet, though. Kesiakov is going to go into second position. He'll want to start the sprint maybe from the slipstream of the Slovakian rider in first position.
Well, Velits at the moment is not in the overall classification of the points, but he will be now, and he's going to go and react again here, so he's interested. As now Kesiakov, the Swedish rider on Astana, if he gets these 25 points, he will have a total of 46 and will be the virtual leader. But look at this, Peter Velits is having none of it.
Well, he's had a very tough tour. He's been up and down, he's been in the front, he's been off the back, and there he gets himself 25 points. But the 20 points there by Kesiakov should put him in the lead for the moment, but there's still a lot of sprinting and a lot of points to go. He started the day with exactly the same number of points as the man who just went through there, Michele Scarponi.
So 20 points for Fred Kesiakov gives him 41 now, and he is quite a lead at the moment. Of course, it can change today. There's a lot of points at stake now. They're going to plunge down to the valley now, a long descent.
It's the first part is long sweeping corners, but when they start to get down into the tree line down below, that's when they get to the technical part of this course. All of the major favourites, though, Phil, the pre-race favourites, are in this group here. And surprisingly enough, just over to the right-hand side, one of the sprinters, Huterovic from Francis de Jeux, he's still in contact with this group. That indicates to me that they've ridden up this climb fairly steadily.
Yes, I agree. They haven't really put the pressure on here. It has been a good climb for Team Sky, as that group to me has got bigger rather than smaller in this last couple of kilometres. 2:42 the gap now. Some exciting descending ahead of the riders as they continue. The Norwegian flag being waved at Edvard Boysenhagen on the front for Sky. The fact he's keeping up with him, I think, emphasises our point there.
Yeah, Christopher Knies on the left-hand side. So Velits, Kesiakov, Kern was the next rider to go over the top there. He earns himself 16 points. So Kesiakov will move into the lead in that competition with another whole outside categorized climb on the horizon.
2:50, the gap suddenly has gone up because I think the peloton has actually slowed down rather than leaders accelerate that much. And I think that's a good tactic by Team Sky. They've got all of the men they want still in this group. Wiggins in the yellow jersey, just rides in a close place. Little movement up by the Liquigas boys there.
Yeah, that was moving forward there by Peter Sagan. Wants to be in a good position, and you can see this may well, but I think, you know, Liquigas, Phil, are laying down the foundations of a big move here today. They tried it yesterday. It was too far from the finish. Today is an ideal stage to try and organise a breakaway move. These two are going to try and go clear on the descent, and they will hope that they'll get joined by their man Vincenzo Nibali.
There is Bradley Wiggins sitting in his yellow jersey. He's just had a little chat on his radio back to the team car. This has been a perfect day's opening climb for the leader of the Tour de France. He's heading up to the summit now, and he's not yet concerned by any one of those 23 riders who are out in front. They're going to top out with about 3 minutes deficit on that leading group. They won't worry about that.
Well, actually, all of a sudden, you might just have noticed, I think there was a little word there came from Michael Rogers to Christopher Knies and as well to Edvald Boasson-Hagen. Pick up the pace a fraction. He missed his water bottle there just over on the left-hand side. I don't think the mechanic was paying attention.
So over the top, it is a gap of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Now for the next mountain.
All of a sudden, you might just have noticed, I think there was a little word there came from Michael Rogers to Christopher Knies and as well to Edvald Boasson-Hagen. Pick up the pace a fraction. He missed his water bottle there just over on the left-hand side. I don't think the mechanic was paying attention.
So over the top, it is a gap of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Now for the next mountain. 2:57 then for the peloton. But the man over the top, and he's come back. Kesiakov got second there behind Peter Velits. 20 points has given him the lead on the road in the King of the Mountains competition. Scarponi clearly isn't going for the Mountains prize. He's out front to try and gain time. So Kesiakov will lead Scarponi at the moment.
Well, we're looking here as we join these two leaders on the descent, Phil, of an average downhill speed of 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour, but they can peak in the long straightaways at 100 kilometers an hour or 62 miles an hour. You have to have nerves of steel going around these corners.
Well, happily, no wet roads to worry about. There's no risk of rain. The sun is out as we descend the open plain now of the Col de la Madeleine, racing down to the valley to La Chambre. And then we start to climb out again on the Col de la Croix de Fer.
I have a feeling this should all come back together, but Peter Velitzer feels like he wants to get away from the main field this afternoon. He had the power. He's using all of the road. He's not slowing down and waiting for the rest of the group to come back to him.
Well, Velitz has had a rough ride so far. He's been in some ways a little bit disappointing, but it looks like now he's into the mountains. He's trying to do something, because Velitz was the first rider from Slovakia to claim a podium in 2010 in the Tour of Spain, where he was second overall. This year he's won the national time trial title of his country and was second in the national road race title. He sits 29th overall. He's looking to pull back 20 minutes, and I really didn't think he would be that far back by stage 11 of the Tour de France.
Well, now's the time when Team Sky should not take any risks, but they need to ride on the front of this line so that they can pick their own line around the corners and make sure they're nice and safe. It's now Knies coming to the front to do that pacemaking, giving Edvald Bosenhagen in that white jersey, champion of Norway, in second position, a good line and a good rest.
Just over 60 miles to go, 102 kilometers to race to the finish. The pressure is on. Wiggins is now they've got a moment in there where they're just watching their leaders. They're not worried about this breakaway. They're just paying attention to the time gaps when they hear them. Coming inside 3 minutes again, 2:53, 2:54. Terrific descent, a beautiful descent for the riders right now.
Yep, I'll tell you what, Peter Velitz is really going for it here, and Kesiakov, a very good descender, very good mountain biker, is actually having a very hard time to stay on his back wheel. Back with the Team Sky train, the third group on the road. In fact, the race has split up quite a bit there, because Kesiakov and Velitz are about 42 seconds ahead of the chasing group of 21 riders. And some riders have been dropped from that group: Malkarne, Koren, Maxime Bouet, Johnny Hugeland and Kruijswijk.
Well, it's a little bit of a job to focus on the leaders right now as we descend at something like 55 miles an hour. But this is the main peloton here. They're just inside 3 minutes behind the two leaders who've continued to descend together. The two men first over the top, Fredrik Kesiakov and also Peter Velitz. But while they continue to descend, the boys in the ascendancy are definitely on prime time tonight. So let's find out what is on the program, Liam. It's been a great stage. It's been full-on attacking racing, and what we can't show you on our live pictures, we will certainly bring you in that prime time show tonight. As they continue their descents here, these are the two boys in the front breakaway. It's a good descent, this, Paul. Nice wide roads, plenty of twists and turns, but a high-speed drop down to the valley.
I tell you what, Phil, you've got to take your hat off to Peter Sagan. He's not necessarily trying to set something up for Genzo Nibali here this afternoon. He's taken off on the descent with his teammate Daniel Oss. They're trying to ride across to that group of 25 riders, because next on the agenda today is a green jersey sprint point at Saint-Etienne.
Well, they're currently placed at 2 minutes 28 behind the two front runners, and I'm sure they'll close in, because Sagan is an absolute demon descender.
A brilliant bike handler. That comes from his racing in the discipline of cyclocross, but also BMX and mountain bike racing. We've seen him already do some incredible things on a bike, and if he races across the gap here and gets himself some points in today's sprint point, he's going to be looking pretty solid.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Well, he's still got a little bit of time on his side, racing towards the green sprint point of the day. We'll be there, of course, with our pictures and with you. We'll take a break now, because we want to bring you a nice, long, uninterrupted session to the finish later. It's still going down, still being led. Sorry, this is the main bunch, being led by Edvald Bosenhagen. The leaders are still clear. Kesiakov and Velitz, as far as we know, are still somewhere in the distance. We haven't got a camera with them at the moment, but for TJ Van Garderen, he is safely in that group alongside his team leader, which is Cadel Evans, the defending champion of the Tour de France. He had a sensational time trial on stage 9 and a tough day in the mountains yesterday, but he's got his white jersey back on his shoulders, and he is our USA cycling athlete profile. This is the chase group that's trying to get across. Os Sagan joined by Luca Paolini of the Katusha boys in red as they try to cross a gap. Our computer is saying 2 minutes 14 to the leaders at the moment. Sagan may not get across in time to contest that sprint.
No, if they hadn't got across before the bottom of the descent, I don't think they'll see that group of 25 riders. The only chance they had was on the technical part of the descent to try and bridge that gap. They got to as close as 1.5 minutes, and now they've lost a certain fraction of that. The two leaders are still holding on to a 35-second advantage over a 25-man group, with this being the third group on the road in the main field, where they're just still hovering outside of 3 minutes.
So just looking at the leaders at the moment here, as we're coming up on them. Peter Velits just on the front with Kesiakov. They're still ahead, and he's got a problem with his chain there. This is back to Luca Paolini. He's losing the contact with the two Liquigas Cannondale boys. He can't get his chain organised on his gears. This is a slow motion. I think it's actually a serious problem. It's not a question of just his chain off. Oh, then there we are. That's snapped. Well, that really is bad luck. And he smashed his gears, so a new bike required. And what can you do about that? He's on the radio to tell the team car, get me a bike ready when you come through. So he'll be back in the Wiggins group in no time at all, because they're only around about 3 minutes behind. So that's a bit of bad luck, because that was good firepower there. He was going forward with Daniel Oss and Peter Sagan. Now he's standing on the roadside as we go up to the leaders here now. And this is Peter Velits putting on some pressure with the Swedish rider Kesiakov. They both speak English, so they can communicate with each other and try and drive themselves forward. The empty road here, we're getting onto the valley, heading for Les Chambres, which in French means the room. We go through the back door and out the front door, and then we go up the Col de la Croix de Fer. We'll take a break. Well, they're just about 400 metres from the sprint point here, and really nobody getting excited at all for the green jersey points. There's 20 to the first man over the line. First 15 riders will get points. There's 8 of them in this leading group, and none has an interest in it. I'd be very surprised if anybody bothers to sprint for this line here. Peter Sagan tried to reach the front runners, but he's still out of the point score for the moment, and I think he'd be very wise if he goes back into the group now. 100 metres to go, and I think they're just going to ride across the line. So as we thought, Paul, nobody interested in the small prize money or the 20 points, because this is not a competition on their radar. They're much more interested in keeping this race away to the finish today.
Yeah, and Kesiakov, Phil, obviously he's the rider in the turquoise jersey of Team Astana. He's thinking about surviving over the top of this climb and getting himself some more points and laying down some serious foundations to try and win that competition. And that's him there wearing number 187.
So, a little bit of a look down. This is Trofimov. These the next riders through, and they take virtually all the points now. There's Ivan Basso still in the second group. They all split off on the way down the Col de Madeleine. They might get back on again. Chris Horner coming through in that black top to his jersey. Behind him in the blue is the Irishman, Dan Martin. They're going to have to fight their way back up front, I think. So all points are gone now. Peter Sagan, get back to the bunch.
Yeah, well, all of the points are only points for the first 15 now. That's something they did not want to see. The sign indicating 22.4 kilometres to the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer. And on the way up there, they go through the summit of the Col de Glandon.
Yes, indeed. That's a mountain in its own right. We don't count it today. And the Col de Croix de Fer, for me, is a vicious climb. We've been over it many times in the Tour de France. 22.4 kilometres uphill. Which is the best part of 14 miles they're climbing now, and it takes us out at 2,067 metres, which is higher than the Col de la Madeleine.
By 67 metres. I think this is a much more difficult climb, though, Phil. It's a longer climb, and it gets very narrow up towards the top. But the thing that I think the riders will be more concerned about is on the descent of the Col de la Croix de Fer. They actually take in a small col, a second category col called the Col de Mollard, and the descent of that down into the valley of Saint-Jean de Maurienne is a very dangerous and technical descent. And that's where we may well see the challenge coming in the yellow jersey group behind from the men who are good at going downhill, like Nibali and Cadel Evans.
Yes, and you can see how these guys, their descending skills differ so much. We didn't expect the breakaway to be split like it has because of the descent of the mountain, but it has been. So this is Pierre Roland having a drink here.
Well, not every bike rider can descend. It's a skill that I think is a natural given to you. It depends a little bit on your position on the machine. It also depends on your nerve and your ability to go around the corners. And some guys, especially the big, tall, lanky riders, have a big difficulty in getting down descents very quickly. We've seen that with Andy Schleck, and in fact, Andy Schleck not in the Tour de France, and it looks like the news is filtering through that Andy Schleck probably will not race again this season because that injury to his pelvis is taking an awful long time to heal up.
That's really quite sad. He was hoping to have got himself right, can you believe, for the Olympic Games coming up in a couple of weeks, and then moving on to the Tour of Spain, the Vuelta. So it's a season which has not been the best one for Andy, that's to say, put it mildly, I think. 2:36 the spread now, so they're still keeping this breakaway in sight as these riders try to get themselves back in touch.
Well, this is the second group on the road that we're looking at. In fact, Levi Leipheimer, who was halfway across the Gapville, has just been picked up. He's the rider in the pale blue jersey. Johnny Hoogeland, one of the heroes of last year's, he's in this group too, number 123. But they're now starting to line themselves up for another little climb of around about 1 hour.
So there's the head of the main field today. I think they'll get joined again by the chasers, and we should have a big group climbing the Col de la Croix de Fer. At the front by these 8 riders, they remain Roland and Scarponi, Trofimov, Valverde, Kirianki, Kesiakov, Kizilowski and Peter Velits. This is the chase group. Sorry, there's Chris Anker Sorensen in here of 14. Well, our cameras are flying all over the pictures at the moment because they're trying to locate the riders on the mountain. There's a group of 8 leading. There's 14 riders at 25 seconds and closing in again. And so we're looking at the second group on the road at the moment, which is the first chase towards the leaders. At the time, they're not going to mark you so tightly. Not like they are at what marking Vincenzo Nibali and Cadel Evans at the moment. Biel Kadri at the back here. This is trouble for the leading group now. All of a sudden, they're cracking. In the pink there is Michele Scarponi. He looks as though he might be being unhitched now. He's watching the breakaway speed away from him.
Well, that's a bit of a shock to me because he looked very calm on the last climb of the day. Just goes to show how up and down your form can be throughout a mountain stage. You only need to have a bad patch for about a couple of kilometers or so and your day can go upside down.
The other rider just in front of him is Marzano, and he may be trying to coax Scarponi to stay with him.
Yeah, well, that's what his job will be. Marzano will be one of the helpers of that team, and he will try and pace and look after his team leader there to help him recover through that bad patch that he's going through currently. Where in the back group, you can see it's still Christian Knies.
This is Christian Knies, the deadpan face now as he continues to concentrate on the climb and set the pace for as long as possible. He's doing a good pace right now. He's holding his breakaway at 2 3/4 minutes. Here's Scarponi at the back, and Marco Marzano has come back to try and coax him to keep going forward.
Well, it's what I've always said to you, Phil, about the Tour de France. It's like having a bank account of energy. You can only use so much of it, because if you go into overdraft facility, then you're going to go off the back end of the group, and he used a lot of his bank of energy yesterday in that long breakaway. He's obviously not recovered 100%.
Well, don't tell him there's still 18 kilometers of the Col de la Croix de Fer still to climb. But it looks as though Scarponi, this is the steepest climb of the day. Once over the top, he might be able to survive the lesser second category climb and the first category climb up to the line at La Toussuire. But looking at that face, the way he's puffing and blowing here, Michele is not feeling good now. I thought we should have realised that when he didn't go for the mountain point at the top of the Madeleine. This is Vinokourov coming back as well. So he's been up and down to this breakaway. He's paid 2 visits so far. Now it looks as though he also is dropping off. He'll drop into the zone he can cope with now and see if it's good enough to hold away the peloton. But it's still an awful long way to the top. Our camera moves forward and we're seeing all of these riders. This is Moignard who's coming off the back now. He came up in a later group, and just in front of him is is Biel Kadri. We saw him get dropped along with Michele, but he's showing some resistance here. Biel Kadri, as he tries to move up and back into this group, which is suddenly becoming a very select group. But I can tell you, Chris Horner's still up here and riding very strongly, and Levi Leipheimer also, who came up, is still there. There is Alejandro Valverde as they continue now this lead group, but thanks to the big efforts here being performed by Christophe Kern, the Frenchman. Chris Horner there, the man in black, is in third place. There's a lot more of this climb still to come.
I have to say,
Or
Phil,
65 it should be, sorry.
yeah, I have to say, since the start of the day, Chris Horner, at 40 years of age, is looking very, very comfortable, and he never seems to have been in difficulty at all. He's a rider who only came into the Tour de France selection at the very last moment.
But he's well warranted his place here. He's part of the Radio Shack Nissan team, which are leading the team race. And again, with him in this breakaway, they're going to consolidate the lead in that competition.
Well, trying to get over an injury which he suffered during the Amgen Tour of California. He skipped riding the Tour of Switzerland, which was supposed to be part of his preparation for the Tour de France, but instead he opted for resting away from competition. But his resting included 600 miles training per week to get himself ready for the Tour de France.
Well, we're still looking at this big man. I would have thought for Christophe Kern the challenge of climbing the Col de Croix de Fer would be enough, but he is setting a ripping pace on this climb. He's dropped Ivan Basso, he's dropped Alejandro Valverde. He's trying to set something up, I'm sure, for Pierre Rolland, the Frenchman in this group who won on the Alpe d'Huez last year and finished top Frenchman in the Tour in 10th place and won the white jersey, and he's looking for a stage win.
Well, once they get, Phil, to the middle part of this course, that's when it really starts to get very grippy on the Col de la Croix de Fer, because we've got long sections at 10% gradient.
Rider after rider is being dropped here on the climbs. This looks like it's Maxime Bouet much further down. No, it is
Peric Fedrigo.
Yeah, I should have recognized him. It's Peric Fedrigo, former champion of France, is now being dropped from the Wiggins peloton. And more are coming off the back too. This is Jelle Van Aert, a strong man on the Lotto Belisson team. But again, it's just a mountain too far for these riders at the moment as they crack one by one. There is the Sky team. They've got two riders still setting the pace, only one doing the work at the moment, as Christian Knies does all of the work now. They use the men as and when, and the Bradley Wiggins never far away from the front as he keeps watching and waiting. He knows that his rivals must attack today. Paulie's now 4¼ minutes.
But if you just look at the number of riders left in the group, what's important is Cadel Evans has still got a number of teammates alongside him, so too has Vincenzo Nibali.
And they've got to plan a move. I think they're waiting for a little bit closer to the finish, and the signal might be the top of this climb. Face of Peter Velits, the flag for Canada, and how sad it was we lost rider Hejjedal from the race here, the winner of the Giro d'Italia, with a crash last week.
We'll talk about other riders who'll be looking for the opportunity to attack. In 8th place, Jürgen van den Broek has still got a number of teammates in the main field this afternoon. And one man we hardly ever talk about, we call him the silent assassin because we very rarely see him, but sits in 5th place overall. He hasn't made a move just yet. Denny Menchov is in 5th, looking for 3 minutes and 2 seconds. And watch out for a move for him, because that would be a little bit of a surprise to everyone.
He's not missing a trick at the moment, and as you say, he is never seen normally in front of the camera. It declined too far, as we're also seeing the dropping away of this lead group of Biel Kadri, the pressure all of the time being put on by the green jersey of Christophe Kern. This is Chris Anker Sorensen unhitching from the lead group now. One by one, Christophe Kern's pace is destroying the breakaway, and all the time the man he's doing it for, Pierre Rolland, is sitting there and waiting. Biel Kadri goes back into the main field from the breakaway. The incessant tempo riding at the moment of Christian Knies and Team Sky. Looks like we've got a little bit of a move here going off the front, and this will be the Katusha Edward. Was it Van Garderen? It is TJ Van Garderen who has suddenly decided, now this is an interesting move, and could this be a tactic by Cadel Evans as Van Garderen starts to go clear? Well, this might be a deliberate ploy by Team BMC, Paul, to send TJ Van Garderen on the attack. They won't let him go too far before they must react.
Well, let's not forget, Phil, that he's in 10th place in the overall standings, but that's not the reason why he's moving to move himself up in the overall standings today. They are planning to set something up for Cadel Evans. We're coming into the time of the race now when it's an ideal time to make something. You've got George Hincapie, Michael Shah just in front of Cadel Evans. He's the third place rider in those riders in the red and black jerseys, but this is an impressive performance by the 23-year-old who yesterday was on the defensive having a bad day.
He was, but you know, he could be the postman here being sent out front and just get a nice lead. By the time we get to the next small climb, then Cadel could make a move and maybe reach him, and then he would have an ally and a great pacemaker in Van Garderen. The move was tried yesterday by the Liquigas Cannondale squad. It didn't work, but at one stage their leader Vincenzo Nibali had a minute's lead over the yellow jersey. It's a good tactic and it's got to be played. I think they've got to find a way to break up this Sky team on the front.
Yeah, and if they can, isolate Bradley Wiggins. That's the only way they're going to dislodge him and put time between themselves and the man who starts the day in the overall lead.
Well, for now at least we have riders from BMC in this group, so Cadel Evans is not isolated from his team yet, so it's time to start playing a few extra cards. Good move by TJ.
Well, one of the teammates of Jurgen van den Broek slipping backwards there, Phil, a man who's won a stage in the Tour previously in the mountains, Jelle Venendert. He is having a bad day. It's a hard day for anybody to come over these big mountain climbs. The two outside categorized climbs. We're still looking at a good 10 kilometers before we get to the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer.
Hey, look at this.
This is amazing.
Van Garderen has come through. He's already gone and Michele Scarponi took a look to see who that man was. He hardly got a chance to see his number. He's gone straight by.
Well, Michele Scarponi yesterday, Phil, moved up into 15th place in the overall standings. I think by the end of today, he will drop away down the standings tonight because he's not going to be able to stick with the main field, I don't think, once they start to fire on all cylinders.
Now he's gone past David Malakane, who was in that front group. TJ Van Garderen is picking these guys off one by one. That looks very much like Levi Leipheimer he's coming up on now. I wonder if they'll speak.
No chance for a chat, so he has a quick look there. He knows that this is the changing of the guard, and now there's Cadel.
That's the attack. That was the plan, because he's put TJ up the road, and now Cadel Evans has launched an attack. This is the move. Now, how are Sky going to react now?
Well, they're just organising themselves. They're going to have to chase this man down. Cadel Evans pre-thought this out, you know. He made sure that TJ Van Garderen went off the front, and he's trying to ride across. He doesn't have any time to even look at Michele Scarponi, but this is the move. If Cadel Evans wants to win the Tour de France, it's moves like this that will win it.
This is a brilliant move, and it had to come today in this hard day in the Alps. Cadel Evans must close his time deficit of 1:53 on Bradley Wiggins before we go down south, and he sent his emissary up north, and now he's going to join him.
Michael Rogers has been asked by Bradley Wiggins to lift up the pacemaking a little bit. Now watch what sort of damage this is going to do in the main field. From about
what
5th or 6th position, bang, Evans comes straight out of the main field.
What an acceleration. Levi Leipheimer won't know what's come up behind him here, but he's going to see him very shortly. A quick deep breath and onward will go Cadel Evans. And the ironical thing about world-class cycling is the man who's trying to chase him down for Bradley Wiggins is his Australian teammate at the London Olympic Games, but here they're on different squads.
Look at the damage this acceleration has done now, because all of a sudden, I wonder if Levi Leipheimer has given Cadel Evans a little help there. You know, sometimes when you lead a race like this, you find out who your friends really are.
Well, we're going to find out. There is Michael Rogers from Canberra on the same Olympic squad for Australia in London, but now having to pace Bradley Wiggins. Little bit of concern on the face for the first time, I feel, there at Bradley Wiggins. We'll see. He's quoted as saying, Paul, I have the utmost respect for Cadel Evans and I will never underestimate him. That's his quote. Now Cadel is playing his cards.
Well, he's playing his card and he has to play it so far from the finish, Phil, because he knows he needs big time. And it's not just the 1 minute and 53 seconds he starts down today. He has to go into the final time trial with a good buffer of at least 2 minutes over Bradley Wiggins, because Wiggins is turning out to be the best time trialist in the world.
Well, no panic at the moment, but TJ knew he was coming. That was the plan. TJ now sees his team leader link up. Can't quite find him where he is, but he's now in the shadow of TJ. TJ's job now is to race as hard as he can for as long as he can, and then hope that Cadel Evans can continue on side.
Well, the 23-year-old Phil on the front, the white jersey there, he's now starting to serve his apprenticeship with Cadel Evans. It was a pre-planned attack there by TJ Van Garderen. You jump up the road as a leapfrog and I will come across to you, and then I will pace you, or you will pace me, to try and break the stranglehold of Team Sky.
Well, they've got rid of Christian Knies because he's just been dropped from the back, the early pacemaker. Now it's left to Michael Rogers to try and bring back. Rogers has good form. He said so after he punctured yesterday. Well, now Bradley's got to hope he can pace him back.
Now, you might have noticed all of a sudden, from sitting in 5th position in the line of Sky all day, Richie Porter's come up into 2nd position behind Michael Rogers, and they will continue to ride this pace until all of a sudden, when it really becomes dangerous, Bradley Wiggins will have to assume the control and the responsibility himself. It's a 15-second gap currently.
Yes, but it's a gap, and that's all you'll expect to see. We're climbing the Col de la Croix de Fer here. It is pure strength now. And the other rider who might take up the chase is Richie Porte. He's from Tasmania, on the same side as Bradley Wiggins, and he wasn't selected for the London Olympics, and he's pretty bitter about that.
Well, just behind the train of the yellow jersey is the lime green jersey of Vincenzo Nibali. He will be waiting to see whether he can take advantage of this operation too.
Well, Evans has always said that TJ Van Garderen, the youngster by his side, he is so impressed with the way he's riding. That's why he chose him to make the attack. But he's got to be careful here because TJ may be going just a bit too quick.
Well, TJ Van Garderen, young and enthusiastic at 23 years of age, and look at the damage here. Hutarovic getting eliminated. 141 is Sandy Cassar. He's also going backwards now. All of a sudden, Phil, the race is on.
And all of a sudden, Michael Rogers is showing, setting that jaw. He is now having to ride here, not just keep tempo, because Cadel Evans has launched, I would suggest, the best attack as a pro, because he's always been said never to attack, and yet here he is now taking the race to Bradley Wiggins.
Well, I would disagree with that statement in recent years, because Cadel Evans, Phil, has been a real attacking rider since he won the World Championships in Mendrisio. And let's not forget, he attacked to win that title in Mendrisio. Since then, though, I think he's been a different man, a much more confident man, much more at home and with his own abilities. Michael Rogers too. You know, Michael Rogers turned professional back in 2001. He's never won very many races, but if you look at his pedigree on the track, he's been a world champion on the track, and he should have a couple of years ago been very close to winning the Tour de France.
Well, he's never won many races because he's largely been ill for most of the seasons recently, and now he seems to be back into his own form and his own good state of health. He's come good on Team Sky for sure here, but the breakaway is still being put under pressure by Christophe Kern. Pierre Roland has now moved up into 2nd place. I think very soon you might see him try a move.
Well, you know what? This is a big planned move by all of these teams, where there is another teammate where you might just caught a glimpse there, Phil. I just noticed Armel Moinard. So now all of a sudden we've got 2 teammates of BMC with Cadel Evans.
Well, this is the team attack then now, and this is what they were planning, and they thought it through, and they had to try it. This is now a one-on-one Tour de France. Cadel Evans, the defending champion, versus the new leader of the Tour, Bradley Wiggins. Sad sight this, because a little bit of a problem there for Thomas Vauclair, who won yesterday.
Well, also a difficult sight for Michele Scarponi in the breakaway 1 minute, all of a sudden off the back of the yellow jersey group in serious difficulty. So too Reim Taaramäe, the man who early on in this race was the leader in the white jersey competition. It's demolition derby here at the Tour de France this afternoon.
Michael Rogers looking over just to make sure that the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins is still there and not in any difficulty with the pace. They're not panicking at the moment. They're limiting the advantage of Cadel Evans, which is only about 20 seconds up the road, so it's not a runaway by any means. But this is now one of the best moves we've seen since the Tour de France began.
Slipping away now. Jérôme Koppel also put into a little bit of difficulty by these accelerations. He's also one of the big revelations of the Tour de France last year, but no panic on board Michael Rogers' face at all. It's concentration more than anything else, and they've still got Richie Porte in second position. He's a strong ally to have, and the last ally that will be there alongside Bradley Wiggins is the man who lies in third place overall, and that is Chris Froome.
But don't forget that if we get over the top of the Col de la Croix de Fer with any lead at all with Cadel Evans is a great descender, and then that could change everything. Switching black here now to Andreas Kloden, also being dropped by the group at the moment.
Well, staying in contact with that group was Maxime Montfort, the rider from Radio Shack. He started the day in 7th place in the overall standings, but the damage is now being seriously done.
Well, it is now Cadel Evans here. Yes, Armel Moyar has done it all he could do. He was coming back from that lead group. He has cracked almost to a standstill there. It's back to TJ Van Garderen to hang on. Nicolas Roche is in this picture as well, still having a great Tour de France.
Well, that's what it looks like, Phil, when you've sacrificed yourself for a teammate. There's nothing left in the engine room at all, and all you've got to try and do is recover for a kilometre or so and then drag your body over the climb and know that you've got to come out and do it again tomorrow.
TJ Van Garderen, the boy from Colorado, has said, "I'm here to help Cadel Evans win the Tour." Well, that's never been a truer word than right now as he tries to drag him clear of the Sky Train.
Well, Michael Rogers sitting in first position, still stamping on the pedals with authority. Don't forget, Michael Rogers this year finished in second place overall in the Critérium du Dauphiné, a race which everybody regards as a precursor to the Tour de France.
Italian flags on the right, an Australian on the front, followed by a Tasmanian, Richie Porte. Then comes Bradley Wiggins, Chris Froome tucked in. It's 4 against 2 at the moment as Sky take on Team BMC. Advantage BMC as we climb the Col de la Croix de Fer.
That's Alexander Vinokourov in the turquoise jersey of Team Astana. He was in the breakaway very early on. He's being dispatched. Number 11 is Frank Schleck. He is also coming off the back end of this group.
Frank Schleck hasn't enjoyed this year's Tour de France as he loses ground now as the real pace comes on, as it's all about time once again. He's completely exploded. Look down below us now. That was a huge peloton less than a mile ago.
But still sitting in the slipstream of Bradley Wiggins in his Sky Train is Vincenzo Nibali and Jürgen van den Broek. Two big challenges.
Absolutely.
And they too, once they start to see any weakness in the Sky Train, they will, Phil, come to the front and launch another vociferous attack.
Michael Rogers on the front, Richie Porte, Bradley Wiggins, Chris Froome. Behind them is Vincenzo Nibali, and the last man.
Evans is having a hard time staying with
this
his
is
own
what I saw
teammates.
earlier. I saw this earlier. I said he's going too fast. He hasn't recovered yet from the chase.
No, he's got across, and his teammate TJ Van Garderen doesn't know what's going on here, and he's going to have to sit up and wait.
He's easing back as he looks over to Cadel. Because of the huge effort to get clear of the Wiggins group, you need a couple of minutes to settle back into the climb. And he may have lifted the pace too much there, TJ.
But Phil, it just goes to show you how your ability can turn around in the space of a single day. Haimar Zubeldia, number 19, he started the day in 6th place overall. He's in difficulty, and he's going to have to ride up this climb alongside Frank Schleck.
Well, he's got to catch him first as he comes up the climb there. This is the Croix de Fer. This is a vicious climb. It really is. It's narrow roads all the way to the top, through the gorge when we get up there.
Well, the gap is still not very much more than about 10 or 15 seconds, and Michael Rogers is not asking anybody for anything here this afternoon. He's riding his own individual time trial, which took him to 3 titles of champion of the world in that discipline, and he knows exactly what he needs to do. He just keeps looking up the road, and he's dosing his effort to those 3 or 4 men in front of him.
Don't let's forget the leaders on the road today, and Christoph Kern is really doing a terrific race. Chris Horner peeping into the right of our picture, Pierre Roland bobbing around, because sooner or later Pierre Roland is going to try and go from this group. Chris Horner is still here, and so too is the Irishman, Dan Martin on the Garmin Sharp squad.
Well, this is an incredible. There's a little bit further back, Lawrence Tendam at the back end of this group. Martin looking very, very comfortable.
Much better than the earlier climb.
And this, let's have a look at the gap now, because Alexander Vinokourov have been dropped. They're almost caught.
Well,
that's not very much more than 10 10 or 11 seconds.
And there's no sign of panic now. If you get a look at Bradley Wiggins' face, he can see where they are, see exactly where they're being paced. This is Ivan Basso. He's been picked up as well, coming backwards, of course. TJ Van Garderen is a tower of strength today, but he's a little bit too strong for Cadel Evans just now.
Well, again, Cadel Evans just losing a little bit of the wheel of Jérôme Coppel, the rider just in front of him. These guys from Team Sky are judging this chase to perfection. They don't need to panic. They don't need to try and chase down immediately. Now, this is Peter Velits, and he's in difficulty. He's going to go off the back end of this group.
He's in the front group too as he loses ground as well now. So that's another scalp in the way of Christophe Kern, who continues. TJ Van Garderen has got to look over his shoulder and decide whether to wait for his team captain, because Cadel is really struggling just at the moment.
Well, Evans, he's tried this move, this tactic here this afternoon, and again TJ Van Garderen sits up and waits for his team leader. He will try and pace him. Basso will be happy just to have the ride here this afternoon, but Evans has not got it in the gas tank for the moment. He's going to have to think his strategy and come out and fight another day.
It would be nice if the top came earlier. I think it's Bryce Feliu who's the other rider there, but he's coming back from the forward group. So he's not going to be able to work with TJ Van Garderen. Look into the distance now. They are closing the gap here, but look how many are left. 3, 6, 8 of them. That's all from a peloton of about 60 riders a couple of miles down the mountain.
Well, there's some serious riders in that group of the yellow jersey. Vincenzo Nibali is in there, but also Van den Broek and Thibaut Pinot, the young Frenchman who won the stage just a couple of days ago, and they're joined by the rider from Astana, Jani Brajkovic.
4 Sky men, and then we have Vincenzo Nibali, and then we've got Jürgen Van den Broek. Thibaut Pinot is there, and I think we've got an Astana rider tacked on the back for the moment at least.
Jani Brajkovic, the man who is the leader of Team Astana. Thibaut Pinot is the rider in the white jersey, just second from the back end of that group, and just on the back of the group is Alexander Vinokourov getting a free ride for as long as possible.
Nothing being given away on the face of TJ Van Garderen. He's concentrating all he can, but what an outstanding piece of pacemaking by Michael Rogers here as he brings his team leader up towards these 4 men. They may have saved the day, but they may get hit again by Nibali, who's sitting there waiting. 5 kilometers, 3 miles, still to ride to the top.
Dan Martin's cracked.
Gone.
Well, he's cracked the pressure. This is a big mountain stage this afternoon. 2 outside categorized climbs, and the race is on. The race is on to try and dethrone the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins. A great MC TJ Van Garderen, who lives nowadays in Boulder, Colorado, is doing the best that he can to pace his teammate to the top of this climb, but they have not opened up the gap they need to, and they're not going to go over the top of this climb with a 20 or 30 second advantage to start the descent.
I think they might go over the top of the climb as a group here, because TJ's looked over. He will have seen the chase coming up. Decision time, I think, to maybe save something to try again. Cadel Evans takes a drink. I noticed he was speaking with his team director a moment ago as well. Basso's hanging in, Feliu's hanging in, and they're actually dead on the bike.
Phil, just remember there's 5 kilometers to go to the top of this climb. After that, we've got another 5-kilometer climb, the Col de Moilin, and then all of a sudden you've got the 18-kilometer ascent to the summit of the ski resort here in La Toussuire.
Well, that was a brave move, though, by TJ, and a well-thought-out plan, but I think we're going to wait now and see what happens. Now, will Vincenzo Nibali, he's just peeping into our picture on the right, make a move here? That was a brave move. It was controlled, but now there's only 3 Sky riders left with Bradley Wiggins at this point.
Now, the next moves, could it be coming from Vincenzo Nibali or Jürgen Van den Broek, who are both in that group now with the yellow jersey?
The British flags fly on the right, and they won't know it, but there's just been a dramatic battle up the slopes here. But for the moment, they're all together, the race favourites. Took him on last time, but Velits is no longer there now. He's fallen back from the lead group as they continue up towards... They just passed 1 kilometre there to the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer. 25 points for the man who wins, and Chris Horner is leading them up towards the summit. And Kesiakov, the hand's gone up there from Dan Martin. I can't imagine what he wants so close to the top. 25 points for the win, 20 points for second. Kesiakov doing up his shirt here, his racing jersey. He's getting ready perhaps to snatch the points again.
He will certainly sprint for this. He's the man we saw get the lead very early on. What a majestic view as we look down there. This is the other angle of Les Aiguilles d'Arve on the far side there, the high spot of the Massif of the Maurienne.
Well, this is the high spot of the day of racing today. We're higher than the Col de Madeleine. 2:04, the gap has come down a little bit in the last few minutes. And I'm not too sure what Dan Martin was wanting, but we're with the chase group here at 2:04. Chris Froome has come up on the right now.
Well, Richie Porte, 107, put his hand up. He's gone back to the team car here to take on board drinks, I think, for the top men. And he will load up as quickly as possible and then ride up around the outside to distribute his wares.
Now, is Kesiakov here? He's come to the front, but is Kesiakov second place rider at the moment? This is his teammate who's making the pace now.
Yeah, this is Kieselowski, Robert Kieselowski, the Croatian rider. He's setting the pace to try and set it up for the sprint for his own teammate. And his teammate, Kesiakov, has got a very, very fast turn of speed, a big acceleration.
Well, watch out for the second place man, Pierre Roland, there, because he wants these King of the Mountains points as well. We've switched back to the main chase of 2 minutes and 1 second at 55 kilometres. Whatever happened to the big bunch in the Tour de France as they come to the top of the Col de la Croix de Fer?
Well, there's 1 kilometre to go to the summit sign for the leading group of the leading contenders, and still Michael Rogers happy to do the pacemaking, just ticking out that pedal like he would do in an individual time trial.
They're through now, the final kilometre of the climb of the Col. We have a plunge down, and then we climb the Col du Mollard, and this is the one everybody's concerned about on the descent. It is a badly paved road affected by the winter. It's narrow and tortuous. Now, and there's the attack by Pierre Roland, completely answered by Kesiakov as they go around Kieselowski, and the Frenchman wants the points. Now, Kesiakov is the rider who got second on the last climb. He'll increase his lead in the King of the Mountains, even with second. He wants first, and I think he might have snatched it.
He snatched it just on the line there, Phil. Fortunately, it was barriered back. The crowd was well away from the riders, and Kesiakov just found a room to come through and get himself maximum points. Well, that's going to give him another 25, and that's going to extend his lead in that competition. I think they need to sit up and wait. Just look at this. It's just lunge for the line there. Just gets it.
Well, it's a perfectly clean sprint. It's left-hand bend in the road. Kesiakov has just shown us the Swedish rider. The first Swedish rider to wear the King of the Mountains jersey. Has got it back. He wore it the other day. And now he's won both. He finished second and first on the 2 big climbs of the day. He's stacking in the points. And by the way, if he survives to the finishing line, it's double points in the King of the Mountains at the finish line today.
Well, we have 14 kilometres of descent, and this side of the Col de la Croix de Fer, to begin with, it's pretty technical and pretty scary as well. There are no barriers at the side of the road to catch these riders if they go off. I'm a bit surprised to see Pierre Roland keeping the pressure on here. I think they still need to keep together as a group and maybe try and make the move a little bit further down the road, but he's quite happy because he feels he's pretty big and strong this afternoon.
Yeah, no, I think this is the move. I think they'll use this descent and then try to establish on the Col de Mollard and climb up to the finish together. This now is a day for taking chances on the way down.
In these sweeping bends, well, we've gone back to the main field. In the sweeping bends that we were looking at there, Phil, they will be touching speeds of between 55 and 60 miles an hour as Vincenzo Nibali gets himself stocked up.
Yeah, and is he planning a move now as he gets just drops back to the team car? A little bit of oil on the gears required as we look down at the crowd at the top of the Col de Croix de Fer. Enormous crowd on this mountain.
A little adjustment there to the gears just to make sure that when they move one gear at a time, it slots right into being parallel with the sprockets. Let's look at the time gap as they go over the top. It's hovering still about the 2-minute mark.
It was 2:57 on the Madeleine. A long time has gone by since. They've got it under control, I think, for the moment. 2:07. We'll give that as they go over the top of the Croix de Fer.
Well, Cadel Evans sitting at the back, number 1. His teammates, TJ Van Garderen, always alongside of him. He's going to be a great ally for Cadel this afternoon.
He's the only man he's got left by the look of it now. Cadel Evans and Sky have got a couple left for Bradley, and there's nobody on liquid gas for Vincenzo Nibali.
Well, it's all a question of they wanted to try and isolate Bradley Wiggins, but it seems as if it's backfired a fraction because he's the one who's best supported.
Well, let's watch this descent now. Close your eyes if you don't like going downhill fast, because these boys are going to skim the rim of the descent of the Croix de Fer today, because good descenders can take a minute or more on this route down.
Well, I disagree with that result. They're giving the result as Pierre Rolland over Kesyakov. When I looked at that finish again, when we replayed it, Phil, it was just on the line. It went to Kesyakov. I'm sure they'll revise that by tonight.
Well, I can't believe they've done that, but we'll see when the final results come out. I've just checked my computer. It hasn't come up at all on the computer, so that's a good sign. Right, looking at the descent now. Now it's a time for others to look after Bradley Wiggins here. And it looks as though Pierre Rolland is saying to Kesyakov, he's saying, come on, let's go down. Let's have a look again at the sprint, Paul, if we can. It was a very, very tight sprint indeed, and there's no doubt who won it. No
doubt in my eyes. And Pierre Rolland now is trying to go down the descent. He's trying to make the race on the descent. He's going to have a difficult time getting rid of Kesyakov on a descent like this, because it's probably a good time to remind you that Kesyakov went to the Olympic Games in 2004 in Athens and 2008 in Beijing for the mountain bike discipline of the sport.
Our helicopter is on the rare occasion when the bike rides are the same height above sea level as the helicopter as they come on the way down the Croix de Fer now. Well, and the radio tour, I'm hearing, has now corrected the results of the second climb. Oh, all they're saying is Sorensen was third. Well, they've altered the third place, not the first.
Well, I think they'll alter the first place a little bit later on as well when they have a quick look at the video, because to me it was pretty clear that Kesyakov was the fastest rider over there. But the man who's doing the pacemaking is still Michael Rogers. Hails from Canberra, the ACT in Australia, and he's been 3 times champion of the world in the individual time trial. And here he's turning out to be an incredible lieutenant for Bradley Wiggins.
Dangerous moments, especially if you're trying to squeeze out seconds ahead of the Tour de France on a descent. There's still 2 climbs to come. The second one takes us to the finishing line. For the moment, Wiggins is controlling the men he wants to control. He's not chasing the 2 riders who are trying to ride to victory.
No, not concerned about that at all, though. You can see this is a very tricky descent, and as you can see, if you get it wrong, there's an awful long way to fall over to the right-hand side of the road. These guys know that. They will not take too many risks, but the guys trying to win the stage, they will take risks because they want to try and conserve as much of their advantage as possible when they get to the bottom of the descent.
These sharp hairpin bends, the riders lean their bikes right in. As soon as they come off the bend, they kick away again to get up to maximum speed. Bradley Wiggins is in second place in the descent here, being guided down the mountain by the Australian Michael Rogers. So far, so good, with 2 climbs to come. Chris Anker Sorensen just coming through. Well, we've seen them over the top of the Croix de Fer. The referee certainly got the result wrong, and it's still showing Rolland as the tops, Kesyakov in second place. It'll probably change at the end of the day. We're now heading to the next climb of the day. We'll see you in a moment. We're looking at the ever-building main field here as riders catch up again on the descent of the Col de la Croix de Fer. Once we're down, we'll start the climb of the Col du Mollard, which is another 4.5 miles up before what we think is a pretty treacherous descent over the top. Bradley Wiggins' group was swollen a little bit with the arrival of Heimar Zubeldia, Frank Schleck, Andreas Klöden. They've all got back into that group. Oh, and look at this here. That is a bit of a tricky old left-hander. Thank heavens there was a gap there between the posts, Paul. That was a rather tricky descent.
Well, pretty reminiscent of Thomas Voeckler last year going onto somebody's patio, and it was fortunate for him there wasn't a wall, it was just a bunch of posts in the road.
Yes, and I think it was Christoph Kern there, the big man who was doing all the pacemaking up front, has fallen back into the main group, and he's probably pretty tired right now too.
No, he will be. They're picking up these riders one by one, so they should also be very close to picking up Peter Velits as we now go back to this leading group, which is 7 riders strong. Race Radio is actually saying that Kesyakov has been dropped from this group. Now, that's a bit of a surprise to me.
Well, we'll find out if we can get our cameras through to find out exactly what is going on here at the front. Now, there's Pierre Rolland. Well, it looked like Kesyakov just behind. He's got his hand up. Group is reforming, so we're going to make a leading group of some 6 or 7 riders here at the front now. Just chewing away here at the front is Kirienka. Now Chris Anker Sorensen goes through. Lawrence ten Dam immediately reacts because they still feel this breakaway could save the day and win it for someone. And Dan Martin goes as well, followed by Chris Horner. 2 minutes 7 seconds the gap. The front runners have reformed a little bit here, so it is now looking as though they're going to try and go together to the next climb. This is Kesiakov, and he's a little bit behind now, once in the lead, and now he's off the back of the lead group.
Well, I wonder if there's a story there, because he looked like a very strong rider when he went over the top of that climb, and he may well have had a slight mechanical on the descent. Michael Rogers has got no problems at all. He's got Richie Port in second position and Bradley Wiggins behind him. They've got not very much more, Phil, than about 5 kilometres left of the descent, and then they'll start the penultimate climb of the day. It's only a second category climb, the Col de Molar, but it's the descent that I think these riders all fear. This is Yanni Brachiovic with his hand in the air.
Yeah.
He too now looking for drinks.
Well, they keep on looking for drinks, and not surprising. There's a lot more hills still to come. We've got the second and the finishing climb in the next 44 kilometres, about 27 miles still to race. Still under control of the Australian, Michael Rogers, done a sterling job today. Richie Port is waiting to take over should Michael Rogers falter, and the group gets bigger as they come down this mountain a little bit quicker. Brachiovic doesn't want the TV camera behind him, he wants a drink. 2:17, they're still hovering. So as we look here at the main group, the 2012 Latour Challenge, powered by Map My Ride and NBC Sports, is your opportunity to compete against. Well, these are the leaders now. They've just started the climb of the Col du Molar. Chris Horner dropped back immediately and is no longer with this group. This was an attack started by Peter Vellich, who only just rejoined the front group, having been dropped on the previous climb. Went straight to the front. Chris Horner was dropping back. He'd called for his team car. Just see him in the black back there. And at the moment, he is now behind the race because of the reaction of this leading group. We've also caught back up there with Peter Vellich. This is Kesiakov again. He's in a little bit of trouble because the leading breakaway has exploded. And there is Chris Horner, who must have had a bike problem here, because this has only happened moments ago. Horner has jumped off his bike, and unfortunately our pictures are misbehaving there. So amongst the riders, this is the main field. Martin got dropped there as well as we've just started the climb. There it is, 5 kilometres to the summit of the Col du Molar. So we're on the climb to the Col du Molar. Total length is 5.7 kilometres. Once we get over the top, we're only 35 kilometres from the finish. That's 22 miles to run. Of course, it's all uphill to the finish today in La Toussière. The break, 2 minutes 11 seconds back to Bradley Wiggins' group right now. Chris Anker Sorensen here with Peter Vellich, and they're now sort of yo-yoing.
I can't figure that one out, you know, because all of a sudden Peter Vellich made the contact on the descent with the group. As soon as he started this climb, he attacked straight over the top of them, and as soon as we saw the acceleration come for Kieselowski over on the right-hand side there, he just disappeared from the leading group.
Well, I'm now hearing that actually the judges agree with us that Kisiakov did win the climb, Paul, but he used his elbow in the sprint. I think that was a bit unfair because of the way that road went left-handed, but they relegated him to second place, so they've given Roland the points.
Well, I will have to disagree with that, but anyway, that's
nothing we can do. I would have agreed that he should have stood, but there we are. As we're looking down from the helicopter, the main field itself is enjoying it. It was a big lean, definitely, on Pierre Roland, but that was to do with the nature of the corner coming up the top of the Col de Fer.
It was difficult.
Dirty sprinting, in my view.
It was difficult as well because the sprint was around the corner, so
exactly.
It was a difficult one to judge and take in a straight line. But there's plenty of damage being done in this group. Maybe they'll get the victory with Kieselowski, who's the man in the turquoise jersey in first position. Pierre Roland, the Frenchman, winner of Alpe d'Huez stage in the Tour de France last year. And they've opened up a very smart advantage over everybody else.
Well, this is the plan. We saw how much work Christophe Kern did in that front group. He shattered the group, shattered himself, but this is all for his teammate here, Pierre Roland. Now it's down to Roland to try and win the day. He won on top of Alpe d'Huez last year, and the climb up to the finish today is not as hard as Alpe d'Huez.
No, it's not, but it's longer. Alpe d'Huez is only 13 kilometres in length, but the climb of La Toussière is in fact 18 kilometres of ascension. It's a steady gradient all the way to the top, but it gets very difficult up towards the summit in the last 5 kilometres. Alexander Vinokourov making the sign there to show that he's finished for the day.
But he's also losing his place on the back wheel of Chris Anker Sorensen.
Well, that's not a good sign when you bear in mind that once he gets over the summit of this climb, he's got a long descent into Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, but then 18 kilometers of climbing.
Kirienka
He's just
moving
been caught by Vasily Kirienka of Movistar.
He was in the group and dropped, but he's keeping his steady tempo, so he might move back in here.
Well, Chris-Anke Sorensen is closing into 15 seconds on the two leaders, and Peter Velez seems to have recovered a bit as well, because you yo-yo a bit on a climb like this, and you have to do the best that you can to try and recover and keep your tempo comfortable.
So as we're looking now, the flick of the arm there, that is from Keselowski, and he's the teammate of Kesiakov, and the judges have just announced, in fact, that the King of the Mountains, yes, they said Kesiakov was first over the top, but he used his elbow, so they gave the victory over the top to Pierre Rolland. I think it was a very unjust call. It was a very difficult finishing line on the left-hand bend, and I didn't see anything wrong in it, but of course the judges get the final say. So it's officially Pierre Rolland who won the climb of the Croix de Fer, and he's now trying to win the race here as he's gone clear also with Keselowski.
Well, if he was to win the race, Phil, he would almost certainly be the leader of the King of the Mountains tonight, because there are double points on the finishing line in La Toussuire, but there's still
40, isn't it?
A long way to get there.
Will be 40 points on top of our first category climb today. It was a good sprint, I felt, and the finishing line round a left-hand bend there. So as we continue on here, the riders continue to climb on the climb. This is Bryce Failure, who's had a good day today. Sorry, that's Jerome Koppel, who was reported, by the way, as having a stomach complaint. He seems to have had a good day despite it today.
Well, there's a lot of guys today who have had good days and bad days. They've been on and off the back of the main field, and looks like a little bit further down the group there, I just noticed Nicholas Roach has recovered to get himself back into this group. Many of the riders who were left behind on the Col de la Croix de Fer have actually taken big risks on the descent to get themselves back into this group, and all of a sudden it's swelled in numbers, and I make it about 22 riders now in that group.
Well, that call at the top of the Croix de Fer, which was won by Kesiakov but given to Pierre Rolland, turned out to be quite expensive, Paul, because the high spot of the Tour, which gets the Henri Desgrange, the founder of the Tour de France, special award, which was an extra 5,000 euros, and he's lost that because of that sprint, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that sprint.
Well, I don't think there was either. It was a very difficult sprint to judge because it was going around a corner, both riders leading, leaning over to the left-hand side to get themselves around there. Anyway, we'll leave it up to the judges. Maybe they can have a look at the photo finish and the video footage tonight and maybe reverse that decision. Although judges very rarely do.
Very rarely, no, they have no time.
And I can say that to you because you used to be a judge.
I know, and I was always right. Vincenzo Nibali has come back to his car here now for a drink. He hasn't turned a pedal in anger today. He left it to Cadel Evans to do that yesterday.
Try and look after his teammate here. We can see, in fact, that all of a sudden Kirienka has taken off. He's gone past Chris-Anke Sorensen, and he's only 10 or 12 seconds behind the leaders.
And there they are as they continue
10.
on. Kirienka's in front, and Chris-Anke Sorensen, his little bobbing style there. If he can just keep them in sight, he might get back yet again on the descent down into Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, which is where the final climb today starts. Flick of the arm, but he couldn't find him there, but he's found him now as Keselowski comes through and helps out Pierre Rolland. We're looking here at the three leaders coming towards the top now, just half a kilometre, quarter of a mile to ride. They've come together. Kirienka has got on at the back, and Anke Sorensen is coming up. This is Chris-Anke Sorensen. He's getting very close. He may not contact them before they cross the line, Paul, but he will after that. And Pierre Rolland is up there now, trying to build points for that, the polka dot jersey of the Tour de France.
Well, last year he had a white jersey as the best young rider and won one of the most prestigious stages in the Alpe d'Huez. And this afternoon, what he'll try and do is get himself the lead in this competition. It's a good tour, I have to say, by Europcar. They got themselves a victory yesterday with an unbelievable performance by Thomas Voeckler. I didn't know he was going to get to the top of that climb. Every man, I think, was it was a question. The guy who won the stage yesterday was the last man left standing.
That was the headline of the papers. The last man left standing in the Tour de France won the day. The crowd now releasing all their enthusiasm after a long wait to see the Tour de France.
Well, Chris Anker Sorensen now, Phil, I've got him down at 5 seconds. He's actually getting himself back into his second rhythm here, and I think just before the top of this climb, although there's a big acceleration coming from Kirienka there, he said, no, thank you very much, mate. You're not coming back to me on this point.
You watch Kessiakoff at the back here. That's the situation in the King of the Mat standing moment. Kessiakoff currently leading 66 points, but Pierre Rolland is going to get the points on the top here. He's moving slowly towards that polka dot jersey. Good result there. Chris Anker Sorensen goes over. He's got to take risks on this dangerous descent to contact those 4 leaders before we hit the town of Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, because that's where we start the last climb of the day. What he's won because of that reversal of the decision, and indeed Pierre Rolland lost, but then he did lose, didn't he?
Well, that's about 15 million Uganda shillings, by the way.
Oh dear, I knew that would come in. All right, then it's just approaching 45,000 African rand. How about that?
Very good. Back to the main field. Yellow jersey still very comfortably. This is Thibaut Pinot, and this guy they reckon is going to be the best thing since sliced bread for French climbing.
And I think he is.
He's a very good bike rider. We saw him lead home the group yesterday of the yellow jersey. He's a young kid, 23 years of age, part of the renaissance of French cycling as he comes up to the top of this line. He's going to try and take advantage, Phil, of this tricky descent to start the climb of La Toussuire with a bit of a lead. And he's also a threat to the lead of TJ Van Garderen in the Best Young Rider competition, albeit 3 minutes behind the American at the moment.
He is the youngest rider in the race. He is climbing up, and we're looking there briefly at number 52 as well. That was Ivan Basso in a spot of bother at the back. Thibaut is going to nibble away. Thibaut Pinot is going to nibble away at these mountain points if he can. There's none up this one because it was only a second category climb now. The first 4 on the climb, we've got 4 riders up front. So he'll have to, this wouldn't surprise me, Paul. He's trying to slip away on this descent. He will know the roads round here.
Yeah, that's his plan this afternoon, to get over the top of the climb with a 15 or 20-second advantage, then take plenty of risks on the descent and maybe start the final climb of the day with a minute's lead.
Yep. I wonder if the crowd has recognised the man who won in Switzerland, very close to his home, just across the border in France, and he's on the way again. He's settled in nicely to the Tour de France. Big future for him. 3:15, I think it was, over the top, Paul. Well, that's the furthest they've been behind over the coals so far.
Well, as far as they're concerned, there's nobody up the road that is at all dangerous to the overall lead of Bradley Wiggins. All the men who are dangerous for him are actually in the group with him. Guys like Frank Schleck, Haimar Zubeldia, Vincenzo Nibali, Cadel Evans. Those are the men that he wants to watch this afternoon, not the men who are up the road trying to win the individual stage glory.
Well, we're watching the descent now. Keep your eye on it. We've never seen it, by the way. We're only listening to what people are telling us, that it is a bad one. And it already makes you dizzy going around with our motorbike here.
Yeah, and this is not the worst part of the descent, Phil. The first part is actually quite easy. These are what we call sweeping bends that the guys can keep the momentum. You don't even have to touch your brakes on these, as long as you take a good line around the corner. You see Chris Anker Sorensen cuts off that corner, lines himself up for the next climb, the next corner of the day. Now what he's got to do is try and make sure he can make contact with the leading 3 riders. The bottom part of the climb, the last 4 or 5 kilometers, that's where it starts to get pretty tricky.
Well, our moto cameras have done a great job today. It's been impossible to keep up with every move on the Tour de France. That's why we keep switching back to the helicopter, because this race has been under pressure the whole day today. Bradley Wiggins and his team's done a great job so far, but showdown time is just over the road, because once we cross through Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, we begin the climb, the last climb of the day. That is the compact peloton containing all of the Tour favourites. But these boys are out to shoot for the gold medal at the top of the mountain today, and Chris Anker Sorensen took it a bit wide there, and he's still trying to get back on.
Well, I told you it was a bit precarious. You get the wrong line going right around one of these corners, you're very quickly off the road and into the rocks, and you can flatten your tyre very quickly indeed. He went over the top at about 15 seconds, and he's still around about that same advantage, 15 seconds for Chris Anker Sorensen. He may well have to wait on this descent until he gets to the next climb of the day to try and pull himself back up to the 3 leaders.
I don't think, if he's not on by the start of the climb, he's not going to make that leading 3 riders, and they'll fight out the result, I think. So as we start the descent with the main peloton there, Bradley Wiggins takes a drink. Is the leader Kielowski, and then watch the second man, puts his foot down and ouch, he really goes on the concrete with a bit of a bang. Kirienka goes through him and carries on. And take a look from the helicopter here. Well, this is the technical descent. He completely got the corner wrong, and it may be apparently there's a lot of dust on the road because the surface is poor. Kirienka did well to check himself and go through on the inside of the fallen rider. He has hurt his elbow, he has been seen to look at it, but he's not hurt otherwise. His bike's okay. Now he's got to get back up with Kieselowski. Well, I think his nerves have taken a bit of a knock there, Paul. He's very cautious on these bends now as he tries to get back up to the leader, Kieselowski and Kirienka. They're not going to wait for him because once they're down the valley, we're on the last climb of the day.
Well, if I can say, Phil, it actually wasn't his fault, the fact that he went down there. Maybe it was because he should have been backed off a little bit further, but in fact it was Kieselowski's fault, who took a very bad line around that corner, and this guy, Pierre Rolland, had to try and change his line halfway around the corner, but unfortunately he had a rider in front of him, and the only thing he could do was deck it.
Well, that was the wise move of Kirienka, who was lying off those 2 and just doing his own descent. On the way down the mountain now, Kieselowski is heading the charge down. He's being chased by Kirienka, but where is Pierre Rolland? He fell off moments ago on a very bad bend, hit his elbow in his side. He's remounted. We're picking him up, trying to get back. He looks, though, Paul, now as though he is taking 1 or 2 risks to rejoin. He wants so much to win this stage, having been set up for it by his teammate Christoph Kern, but he's going to have to take more risks. Look at these sharp bends. This is a treacherous descent.
I told you it was a tricky descent, a technical descent, but if you're a good descender and you can take advantage of these difficult corners, you can hack 5 seconds back here and 5 seconds back there. This is the man who's in 4th place, Chris Anker Sorensen.
He's trying to get back. He won't know that he may be approaching Pierre Rolland here because Pierre has fallen off. We're going under 25 kilometers to go for the Frenchman, but there are 2 riders in front of him by about 15 to 20 seconds.
Well, Chris Anker Sorensen cannot be too far off the wheel of Pierre Rolland here. He's going down this hill very well now that he's taking the lines that he wants to take around these corners. He will use the motorbike in front of him. What a lot of riders like to do, Phil, they look at the rear brake light of the motorbike and they have an idea of just how much they have to brake themselves to go into that corner.
Well, this really isn't for the nervous, this descent. The peloton have got to come through here, but our cameras are staying with the chase back of the Frenchman, Pierre Rolland. And if you missed the announcement, by the way, they reversed the finish on top of the Col de Croix de Fer, and they gave it back to Kessiakoff, which was the right decision, I think. Meanwhile, at the back of the race here, this is Ivan Basso, who was in the leading group today and fell back.
Well, the main fielder, they will not take too many risks, Phil. They realise that they can lose the Tour de France on a descent by taking too many risks and ending up on the ground. Whereas the riders at the front of the race are prepared to take risks because as far as they're concerned, there could be a stage victory in the Tour de France at stake. Kieselowski is the man doing the majority of the pacemaking, and all of a sudden he seems to have put a little bit of distance between himself and Kirienka. This, though, is the Frenchman 3rd on the road, Pierre Rolland, the winner of the Alpe d'Huez stage of the Tour de France last year. He's actually taking very good lines around those corners.
Well, they continue to descend down to the valley. Well, not quite the valley, but into the town of Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne. They'll cross the town, then they'll go up the finishing climb today. It'll be 18 kilometers to the summit in La Toussuire. And Pierre Rolland will be kicking himself there. He'll try desperately to get across. There was dust on the road. It is a poor surface, and he didn't have time to correct his descent.
A motorbike rider there putting his hand up to say, I'm going to keep out of the way, just indicating to the rider that he knows that he's coming.
And he is coming back too, and those 2 are going to be together, but what strength he is using to regroup at the front may have cost him the chance of winning the day on the next climb. But he's back anyway, and that puts 3 up, and Chris Anker Sorensen is not that far behind. They're saying 15 seconds behind on the computer.
Well, 15 seconds is only about 250 metres. And if
Just
he
went
looks
to
around,
22, Paul.
oh, unfortunate. Well, if he just looked around these corners, that's only 300 metres. So on these straights, he should be able to see the guys he's trying to catch.
Well, the two leaders, having seen him fall, would not have continued the attack. They just kept on the pace making. It's up to Roland. You see he's been falling off that left elbow earlier in the tour. He's now got a couple more scars starting to well up just below that little bandage on his elbow, or plaster, but I think he's basically okay. 25 kilometres to go for this group, which is still some way behind now at the tail of the peloton. Here's the arrival of Chris Anker Sorensen with the breakaway. Now this is what they face, and there's 4 riders now going to the final climb. La Toussuire takes us up to the finish at 1,705 metres. There's very little let up on this climb, although it's fairly steady. It's 18 kilometres of climbing, and that is the last climb. We're not there yet. As the climb starts, there's an immediate split here as Robert Kieselowski goes forward with Pierre Rolland, the faller, back on his back wheel. The other two couldn't lift the pace.
Well, they haven't even got to the steeper gradients yet, Phil. The steeper gradients come after about 3 or 4 kilometres of the climb. It's at the foot of the climb that this race is the hardest, at the gradients of between 7 and 9%.
Well, as we cross the bridge here now, we'll make a few little turns and we'll settle into the climb. And there we are. We say goodbye to Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne. Tomorrow morning, this is where the race will start from. And there's 2 first category climbs soon after the start tomorrow for the riders. But for today, it's all about who is going to win the stage now. And whether Bradley Wiggins will be attacked. Starting to go under pressure now.
This is Thibaut Pinot.
TJ Van Garderen.
No, but behind him, that's Jürgen van den Broek.
That's a good win, and that's why there's a reaction from the field. I think TJ Van Garderen has chased after Jürgen van den Broek.
It's Thibaut Pinot in first position, Jürgen van den Broek in second position, Phil. But you know, there's no reaction yet coming from Team Sky. They are still setting the same tempo that they have done.
So we've got a counter move here now. Now the tempo stayed the same, but I think very shortly there will be a reaction. Jürgen van den Broek is only 4:48 off the yellow jersey. He could get back a couple of minutes if Team Sky can't lift the pace.
Well, what happens here is it makes it a bit more complicated too, because Cadel Evans could see his second place in the overall standings.
Attack at the front, Pierre Rolland.
Yeah, Pierre Rolland. He's found that there's not enough impetus in this leading group of 4 riders. He knows that the main field now are starting to respond. They're starting to react. So he's decided he's going to try and go for the lone win. That was a violent acceleration.
Well, Pierre Rolland taking advantage here, probably sensing the field. We're now livening it up behind. It is still Robert Kieselowski who's crawled his way back up. Goodness knows what's happened to poor Chris Anker Sorensen with that acceleration. But we've got 2 riders clear again at the front.
He's a strong rider, Pierre Rolland. Once again, they opened up the gap very, very smartly. Kirienka and Sorensen have become allies. They will hope that these 2 riders will slow down a fraction once we get to the easier part of the climb. But this is a big, big move. Jani Brakovic is in the turquoise jersey just up the road. This man in second position there, number 111, had said that he was going to attack in the mountains. That's Jürgen van den Broek. Starts the day in 8th place. He is dreaming of a podium position for Belgium.
Well, that's a good move, and he promised he would attack in the mountains. He's lived up to that promise. He did try yesterday, it didn't work, but now he knows the finishing line is it's little more than 10 kilometres away. Now the pressure's still on the face there of Richie Porte, and I think there is a little bit of stress in the group now. They've been hit very, very hard today, and they haven't reacted. Surely Nibali will now try to do something.
Well, he keeps looking over his shoulder. He was very nervous there. Now these 3 riders are joining forces. The 22-year-old, number 146, Thibaut Pinot, he came across the gap. He's the one that instigated the move after Jani Brakovic, number 181. These are all guys in the top 10 in the overall standings, apart from Pinot, who's a little bit further down.
Thibaut Pinot who celebrated his 22nd birthday only about 6 weeks ago. He's the youngest rider in the race, and he's showing us he has great ability in the mountains, as his friends have already told us. These two are shadow boxing again now, Pierre Rolland and Kieselowski, and these two are coming back. They won't give up.
Well, once they saw that move, there's another
There he
move.
is, there he goes, there's Nibali. He had to try it and he's gone. And look at the acceleration, Paul.
Well, this is the move that we've been waiting for, Phil, patiently for the whole of the day. There is still no reaction from Team Sky. They don't get rattled by these accelerations. They try and keep themselves organised, but now it's up to Chris Froome.
Yes.
Third overall in the overall standings. He must bring it back because all of a sudden, 107 there, Richie Porte has disappeared from the group.
He looked tired, he'd done all he could do. Team Radio Shack with the yellow numbers are going to go even further ahead in the team race tonight. But now we expected the attack of Nibali. That's got to cause a reaction. Nibali is racing now for the third place overall of Chris Froome, and he doesn't need much distance to do it.
Yeah, but look at all of a sudden the acceleration of Chris Froome. He is a very magnificent climber. Impressed with Radio Shack, 4 riders in that group, but all of these guys now are prepared to do the attack. Vincenzo Nibali, just watch the violence of this attack as he comes out of the group.
He's been very outspoken in this year's Tour de France. He thought that yesterday the yellow jersey Bradley Wiggins showed disrespect of his attackers because he stared him straight in the eye after they crossed the finishing line. He didn't like that, and he's now on the attack. We are seeing now some brilliant attacking riding in the Tour de France today. It is just making it such a good race to watch. Pierre Rolland gritting his teeth here. The big move is on the cards, but those 4 front runners, I'm not sure they'll give way. But this is another display, Paul, by a Frenchman and by Team Europcar.
Well, they're reducing the numbers. Chris Froome is slowly screwing up the screw there as Nicholas Roach is the next victim of the acceleration of Froome. He will have to try and limit his losses on these climbs because Nicholas Roach started the day in 9th place in the overall standings, but Vincenzo Nibali really came out of that gap. But you know what? Slowly but surely, Phil, they are pegging him back.
Well, it's Chris Froome who's pegging him back. This amazing rider has lifted the tempo and is slowly holding Nibali back. This is the leader and this is the moment. This is when he pays back the hard work of Christophe Kern on the Col de la Croix de Fer. He's put himself in the position to win at the top of this climb and likely pull on the leader's jersey in the King of the Mountains as well. The chase back by Chris Froome has nailed back Vincenzo Nibali. Man now.
When you're the boss, there comes a point in a race where you have to take control, and that is it right now for Bradley Wiggins.
Well, I take my hat off to the riders in the Tour. They felt very, very depressed by the Sky team. They've attacked them today. The Sky team's done everything right, but at the end of the day, the man who can win the Tour de France has to finish it off. And Bradley Wiggins now is down to try and bring back a Vincenzo Nibali, and Cadel Evans is sitting in the slipstream of Bradley Wiggins.
Chris Froome struggling to stay in contact here. He's in danger of losing his 3rd place in the overall standings, but he's not here for that. He's here for Bradley Wiggins. Wiggins wants to win this bike race overall. They've already said, Team Sky, we're not concerned about 1st and 3rd place. We want to win the bike race. And if they have to sacrifice Chris Froome, they will. But Froome has found something very special, Phil, just to stay in contact with this group.
Well, this is a very select group now because Nibali has got up on the back wheel of Jürgen van der Broek. This is going to be now a high-pressure pursuit to the finish, and whether it can be brought back to Bradley Wiggins, only time will tell. We've still got 7+ kilometres to the top. The gap is at 2:22. We've got the 1 leader up front, Paul. We've got the rest of the breakaway, and then we've got Van den Broek, Nibali, Wiggins are all on the attack now.
Well, there is all of a sudden Chris Froome has recovered from that acceleration and he's pulled himself back up to start pacing his leader once again. There are 20 seconds the difference between Vincenzo Nibali's group with Jürgen van den Broek and the yellow jersey group of Evans and Schleck.
Well, a superb day of attacking riding in the Tour de France, and we go up to the leader here, which is Pierre Rolland. You may be able to see his left elbow there. It is now oozing blood from the fall down on the descent of the Col de Mollart, but he's now in a winning position on today's stage of the Tour. He's 6.5 kilometres from the finish. He's still got 2:19 over the main chase.
And that's Cadel Evans is unhitched.
Now, what's happened to Cadel? We are looking there, we're looking at the yellow jersey at the moment, but take a look over his shoulder. Cadel Evans is looking to be in trouble here, as we've only got 5.4 kilometres to go. Evans is beginning to struggle on the back wheel of Bradley Wiggins.
Well, TJ Van Garderen, his teammate Phil, has stopped by the road there to be with Cadel Evans and try and pace him over these next few kilometres. He's looking back for his leader. He's come here as an apprentice. He could ride away and stay in contact with that, but that's not what he's at the Tour de France for this year. He's here to nurse Cadel Evans through the bad days and help him on the good ones.
And the bad news is the climb does not relent until the actual finishing line, so that's going to be tough now for Cadel Evans. If he loses more times to Wiggins today, he's not going to win the Tour de France. Brad Wiggins has seen Chris Froome come back up to help him. The gap is opening at the moment between Nibali and Jurgen van den Broek, but the day is being saved, I feel, by Sky, but they've really been put under pressure.
Well, I tell you what, Wiggins, the difference between Wiggins and the group of Nibali at the moment is not much more than 15 seconds. Wiggins and Froome, I've just seen them talking together. They should be very, very close to getting to the back wheel of Vincenzo Nibali, but what a race we've got on our hands.
Terrific bike race and really heavy, and behind it all, this man is still trying to win for France at the top of the mountain in La Toussuire. Pierre Rolland has been out front for much of the day. His teammate sacrificed himself to keep him in a winning position. He's crashed, his arm is bleeding, and he's still in the lead.
Well, this man is in second position on the road, Vasily Kirienka, but he's 40 seconds behind Pierre Rolland. But look at the gap, Phil. We're only looking 8 or 9 seconds between Van den Broek and Nibali and the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins.
And what a ride by Chris Froome here, because he's giving his all here. He started the day third overall, but that doesn't matter. They'll sacrifice that just to keep Bradley Wiggins in yellow. Sad sight that, to see the defending champion now struggling.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, we could be seeing at the end of today Bradley Wiggins and Chris Froome in first and second place in the overall standings if they catch back to Nibali and to Van den Broek.
This is TJ Van Garderen trying to keep Cadel Evans in the hunt here as we pass through the hardest day in the Alps today. He's very welcome that he's come up on the back wheel of TJ. TJ himself sacrificing his position at the front. Chris Froome is giving his all to keep Bradley Wiggins at least somewhere near Vincenzo Nibali, who now seems to be establishing himself as a second rider here as the man to beat in the Tour de France, along with Bradley Wiggins.
Well, Wiggins is slowly but surely coming across, and what a sterling job of work being done by Chris Froome as he just sits at the front there. Frank Schleck is gone.
Hit the wall as he comes into the last 4.5 kilometres of the day. This is the group here, and Chris Froome is dragging Bradley Wiggins back into it.
He's going to drag him back into the race this afternoon and drag himself into second place in the overall standings if Cadel Evans cannot recover in the final few kilometres of this climb. TJ Van Garderen started the day in 10th place overall, 5.5 minutes back. Cadel Evans 1 minute 53 back, but this is why you have a teammate. But you know, TJ Van Garderen, Phil, today is learning a lot about the sport. He's learning a lot about his apprenticeship at the Tour de France for the future.
And he's also telling us he is a winner of the King of the Tour de France in the future. I really believe that too. He time trials equally as well as he climbs. But look at this now. They've just towed Bradley Wiggins. Chris Froome has on his own put him back up alongside the danger. Now Chris Froome himself only needs 14 seconds lead over Evans to go into second place. That will put Sky first and second overall.
Well, he's got that pretty much lined up now, Phil, because I've got it more than 30 seconds, the difference between this group. And look at Froome now, who's really hammering it.
He's attacking him. He's attacking him, and he's going to break him up. But look at this, Thibaut Pinot is straight on his wheel.
Well, I even think he may well have been given the nod there by Bradley, but Bradley Wiggins has been left behind by Nibali.
Well, this is now, does Froome know what he's doing with that acceleration, because he's got Bradley Wiggins on the defensive now, and Nibali has kicked again. This Tour de France just has no leader right now.
He's just got the word from the team management. You put your own team leader into a spot of bother here, young man. Just sit up and wait for him. That violent acceleration has dislodged Bradley Wiggins. I
hate to remind Bradley about the Tour of Spain last year, when he was the man to lead it, but it was Chris Froome who finished second, and had they switched leaders in the race earlier, Froome would have won the Tour of Spain, and here we have a situation arising just like that.
Well, Froome has got an incredible acceleration on these mountains, but so too does the young Thibaut Pinot, because he went straight across that gap and he said, right, well, I've got legs here this afternoon, I'm going for it.
Well, what these riders are riding themselves into the limit of their ability as professional bike riders, and they still recover and hit again.
Well, we're looking now, I think, at the real top men in the Tour. Jürgen van den Broek in first position. A little bit further back, you see now Cadel Evans on the defensive with his teammate TJ Van Garderen. He's going to have to go away and get his head right to come back and race through the rest of this Tour de France if he wants to launch a good defense of his title, which he garnered last year.
Does this man know just what is happening behind him as the riders hit out at each other? He continues his own speed towards the finish. He is now has cracked. This is about the 7th time he's unhitched at the front, but this man doesn't know the word give up. But be careful, because the group at Bradley Wiggins is closing in now on all of them. There's only a spread of just about a minute and a half.
Well, Chris Froome inside of the 3 kilometre banner, talking to the team manager behind. That will be Sean Yates in the team car. They're just about to catch Frederic Pinot. He's been dislodged.
Well, he couldn't hang on there as Thibaut Pinot comes back to the group. Cadel Evans is now a minute behind Bradley Wiggins, which means he will lose his 2nd place overall and likely will be 5th overall by the end of the day, as this group scampers up the mountains now. Chris Froome getting a message: it either go faster or slow down.
Well, he's getting the information on the distance between the front runner, Pierre Rolland, and the group that they're in. Well, it's 1 minute and 41 seconds. They're not likely to bridge that gap because Pierre Rolland is a very good climber from France. In 2nd and 3rd position on the road, we're still looking at Vasily Kirienka and Chris Anker Sorensen. Well, between themselves and Cadel Evans means that Christopher Froome at the end of the day will move up into 2nd place in the overall standings. And for Team Sky, they never would have dreamed of that, a 1-2.
Chris Froome, who pilots his team leader, Bradley Wiggins, up the mountain with the pre-race favourites now back in the group with them. Kirienka has just been washed away.
Well, you know what? Chris Anker Sorensen found something special, and he's still riding in front of this group because he left Kirienka behind.
He's still up the road, but he can't be more than 15 seconds in front. That group is going to be racing for 2nd place in a moment.
They will be racing for 2nd place. There's still around about a minute gap back to the 2nd place rider on the road, Sorensen and Pierre Rolland, but it's hurting like mad now.
It is so hard for Pierre Rolland now. There's not much left in the tank, and Chris Froome is lifting the pace again, followed by Wiggins, then by Nibali, then by Jürgen van den Broek, and now Thibaut Pinot is on the back. 5 going clear. Kirienka couldn't control them. They've gone.
They have gone. Kirienka has been caught and dropped by those guys now. Rolland knows he's got to push his body. He's got to keep that pain there. He's got to keep forcing those legs over. It's a slightly easier gradient now. He looks back to check. He wouldn't want any surprise return by the group from behind. He will be looking very shortly, Phil, to see the banner over the road, which indicates 1 kilometre left to go to the finish. And how much time is Cadel Evans going to lose tonight?
100 metres, and now it is 1,000 metres to go for Pierre Rolland. He's almost home. There'll be no respite. He climbs till he crosses the line, and then somebody better catch him.
Well, he will been on the attack since the very early part of the day. And Bradley Wiggins has the yellow jersey at the end of the day. He owns a very big thanks to Chris Froome.
Wiggins knows today he's been in a real tough stage of the Tour de France, but at the end of it, he'll still be wearing the yellow jersey tonight, and that's what it's all about. Even for the stars of the world of cycling, they all suffer, and suffer like they never suffered before when the rewards are as great as to win the Tour de France. And Wiggins has ridden superbly today to defend that lead.
He has, and his team have ridden perfectly. They've never panicked. They've done everything they needed to when they had to, as is this man. He used his own teammate, Christopher Kern, on the slopes of the Col de la Croix de Fer. After that, he took over the responsibility. He attacked and attacked again, Phil, to try and get himself this lone victory.
He's coming up towards the finish, and he's still got about 500 metres to go, I would think, Pierre Rolland. 200 metres to go, so let the French public bring him home now, because he has made it. Look at the grimace on that face now. He's just shaking his head like a nodding dog now. All he wants to do is cross that line. Those legs must be screaming on this climb. He's led the mountains all day today. His teammate Christoph Kern set it up for him, and he did it. Now he turns for home. Go, zip up the jersey, show us the sponsor. 2 days in a row for Europcar. Yesterday, Tommy Buchler. Now it is Pierre Rolland gets the victory for France. Has 3 stage wins for them. No yellow jersey awaits. Probably a King of the Mountains jersey, but certainly a stage win at La Toussuire. Here comes the race now, and I think we'll see the strength of Chris Froome as he sprints for second place. But he better watch out for Thibaut Pinot, who could be making this a French 1-2 if he can get out the shadow of Chris Froome. He thinks he can, he's waiting.
Well, Pinot is a great star for the future, but so too is Chris Froome. Are we looking at a future Tour de France winner with this young man as well?
Chris Froome takes second place. Oh, he's got the corner. That's why we haven't made the move yet, because I think Thibaut Pinot will try to put in a sprint and make it a French 1-2. He's going to have a go. But you know, Chris Froome never knows when to say no. As Thibaut Pinot makes it a French 1-2, Froome gets third, Jurgen van der Broek gets fourth, fifth is Nibali, and a little bit of a pat on the back too from Bradley Wiggins for Nibali. So I guess that was the moment they just made friends again. And this man, well, to all up-and-coming cyclists, you just learn how to suffer, because what a day Chris Anker Sorensen had.
Well, I think there was a bit of discussion, Phil, in the press this morning about a lack of respect, but I think Vincenzo Nibali and Bradley Wiggins earned some mutual respect over those final few kilometres this afternoon.
Absolutely they did, and the man who got hit in all those attacks, he had the guts and the courage to try to get rid of the race today. It didn't work for him, and by the end of the day he has lost a lot of time today. And I'm afraid to say it, but today Cadel Evans has lost the Tour de France today. Well, but he still has high places and a likely stage win to look forward to.
Well, TJ Van Garderen has been near the St. Bernard this afternoon in the mountains of the Alps for his man Cadel Evans, but what a return to form for Frank Schleck. Jani Brakovic coming across the line there. He's lost himself just inside of 2 minutes.
The lone figures now drag the bodies home today in La Toussuire. That's the figure of Kirienka, who gave up once they swept him aside. He's going to come in with a loss of over 2 minutes. TJ Van Garderen now begins the sprint. Frank Schleck is with them here as he brings home Cadel Evans. But the gap is big when you're trying to win the Tour de France. He crosses the line about 2:23 down. A real tough day.
I think that's about 1.5 minutes lost by Cadel Evans, so he's going to plunge down in the overall standings quite a bit. I make the overall standings, Phil. Bradley Wiggins now 2:05 ahead of Chris Froome, and in third place Vincenzo Nibali at 2 minutes 23.
So Cadel Evans loses a minute 26, add that to a 1:53, and he puts him a long way behind. But no doubt who the winner was today, and well deserved. He led the Tour de France over all those mountains and finally went clear to win on his own. Terrific result for him. And then Thibaut Pinot, our rider who won in Porrentruy in Switzerland, has now got a second place here. The French are right. He's a new star in the making.
Well, my quick calculation, Phil, I've got Cadel Evans in fourth place overall at 3 minutes and 19 seconds, and Jurgen van den Broek up into fifth at 4:48.
Changes today on this real tough day, and a nice gesture there by Bradley Wiggins. He's no doubt read the critique from Vincenzo Nibali in the press today. He showed every bit of respect to Vincenzo for that attack.
Well, there's confirmation coming through on the computer, Phil, for Rolland ahead of Pinot. He really is a gutsy rider, that young Frenchman.
Well, Pierre Rolland gets the stage. Pinot second. He was almost a minute back in the end. Chris Froome third place, same time. Van den Broek 2 seconds further back with Nibali and with Bradley Wiggins. Well, we'll see you back with us in just a minute. It's been a terrific day of racing, and we've seen all of it today on the road to the top of La Toussuire.
Top of our Michelob Ultra overall standings, his teammate Chris Froome moves up to second place. Vincenzo Nibali is in third. Cadel Evans falls all the way to fourth place, over 3 minutes back, Bob.
Jurgen van der Broek moves into fifth spot on the overall. Zubeldia stays in sixth. TJ Van Garderen, teammates with Cadel Evans. Great ride by TJ, into seventh in the overall standings. Thibaut Pinot, another of the young riders in this year's tour, rounding out the top